Another longtime head coach is out in the NFL. We'll get to that here in just a moment. But for the Bills, it is a short week. And with that, they are getting to practice today, albeit a walkthrough. And that also means we're going to get the first injury report of the week later this afternoon. Before that, though, head coach Sean McDermott is expected to speak with the media in the next few minutes. We'll see if we get any injury updates from that. We do know some news. The Bills did announce today both Ed Oliver and Curtis Samuel have been designated to return to practice. They have signed wide receiver Christian Wilkinson to the practice squad, and Gabe Davis, he goes to IR. His season is done due to a torn ACL. Do stay tuned. Sal Capaccio will join the show in just about an hour at 4 p.m. to break down everything we hear today. Now to the big news in the NFL today. Mike Tomlin stepping down after 19 years as the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. During this time in charge of the Steelers, he did win a Super Bowl. He never had a losing season, but has not won a playoff game since 2016. And with this, there are now 9 head coaching openings in this cycle. And the other big news in the NFL today, the Chargers. They are moving on from offensive coordinator Greg Roman after 2 seasons. This comes after the Chargers mustered just 3 points against New England. To the Sabres, they are off today. They prepare for a home back-to-back tomorrow and Thursday. And even after the loss to Florida last night, they are still in a playoff spot. Tonight, though, we do have 10 games in the league. Some of the notables do include 3 of them at 7. Senators hosting Vancouver, Tampa in Pittsburgh versus the Penguins, and Washington hosting Montreal. 7:30 over on TNT and HBO, Detroit at Boston. Then 2 games at 10 to round out your evening. Stars at the Ducks and the Maple Leafs at Utah. While in college hoops, UB men, they host Kent State just after 6:30. You can catch that game over on our sister station, the Bet 1520, as coverage begins at 6. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
They have this Panther sound effect that is just the cheesiest, stupidest sounding thing. Big voice guy going, Panther goal scored by Sam Reinhart. Where'd you get that thing?
I trapped it. Been keeping it in my bathroom at the motel, feeding it old pizza.
It's Mike Schopp.
If you're calm, that wondrous big cat will be calm too. But if you're scared, that beautiful death machine will do what God made it to do. Namely, eat you with a smile on its face.
And the Bulldog. On WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hi there, welcome. Football Tuesday. Haven't sold it? Obvious question, why not? Thanks for being with us. We'll talk to Sal Capaccio, Ross Tucker. Ross moving to 5 today. Sal at 4, Ross at 5. Adjust your game programs.
All right.
Has the show ever sounded older? 9 openings. Is it interesting that none of them is filled yet? I mean, not that Pittsburgh should have a new coach already, but some of these other teams, the Giants, Tennessee, what are they waiting on? Mike Tomlin? Maybe?
Maybe. I don't know.
What's the rush?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. As the playoffs just begin, we're through 1 week of the playoffs. Are there normally coaching hires by now?
Maybe one.
I feel like there may be, but that's like got to be a real specific, like we know we just want that guy kind of thing. Like but now everybody wants to play the field and you can't talk to everybody. Like Joe Brady couldn't talk, not that he's the hottest candidate in the world or anything, but he couldn't talk. The way the rules are, he couldn't talk to anybody until this week. They had to get through their wild card game before
yesterday.
Before he could talk. So, teams, if they want to avail themselves of the entire pool, sometimes you got to wait until, you get through a week of playoffs.
Sorry to spring this on you, but is there a coordinator, like say it's not Brady, right now whose team is still active, that is hot? I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I don't think I exactly know either. There's probably a Rams guy.
There's always a Rams guy.
But Shula, their DC.
Okay.
I just no, right? I mean, there's not anybody that's sort of
super hot. There's not Ben Johnson. No. Is there a Ben Johnson level guy? Yeah, the Shula's not that. But he's been mentioned, just like Brady's been mentioned. But is there a monster candidate that everybody's waiting for?
Bieniemy.
I don't. No.
Right, Bieniemy. Is that only 3 years ago? Why isn't anybody talking to him?
Yeah.
Where are the interviews? Okay, well, then there were some, but didn't happen. Steve Spagnuolo, is his name in the pool?
Yes, his name's been mentioned. I've seen his name reported.
They've been off for a month.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just seems like it might be a thing that teams are waiting for what happened to Tomlin or John Harbaugh to happen. And I don't know if there's anybody else, but I can't think of, if it's not Joe Brady, I don't know who it is. Jeff Hafley is a name from Green Bay, but they lost. So maybe he'll be the first. I'd like to bet on who the first hire is. Kevin Stefanski has 2 Coach of the Year awards.
I'll bet this Houston defensive coordinator is going to get attention, even though it's DeMeco Ryans. Like that guy is the architect of. I mean, it's a sickly talented defense, which doesn't necessarily help him.
I don't know his name,
but I don't either. I saw his face 10 times last night, but I never paid attention to what his name is. But I'll bet that could be a guy. But what is everybody waiting for? Everyone might be waiting because they want to make sure they don't hire someone before they get a chance to hire John Harbaugh if they want to. Like it might be a thing where there's a logjam at the top because you've got such, and now that I don't know what Tomlin. I mean, if Tomlin makes it known he wants to take interviews, then the same thing will happen with him. Like teams that have vacancies will want to talk to and see if, do I have a shot at this guy? If I have a shot at this guy, I'm not going to hire that guy. You know, and there's only a couple of this guys. Right now, Harbaugh is the only this guy. And he's readily available, but he's taking his time. So that it might be a sort of like free agency. You know, I got my sights set on this receiver, but if I don't get him, I got to go shopping over here. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just guessing. You did spring it on me. It's not something I thought a lot about. But
deep down, between friends, it bothers me that a coach who just got let go, or I don't know, maybe he quit after being in his job for 19 years, is younger than I am.
Oh, yeah.
That bothers me.
That should bother you.
That Mike Tomlin was born in March of 1972, which makes him younger than me. Has always been a problem, and now it's a big one.
He's even younger than me.
He's way younger. Listen, easy math. If he's younger than me, don't have to do the math on that. Well, how hard do you want to work today?
Boy, that feels like a very loaded question.
It is.
Because I think it implies...
I think you'll enjoy this.
I don't think... Yeah, okay. It implies I'm not going to like what you're about to say. I feel like the way you asked me
No, I'm
that.
just doing it for the the fans. Our fans, by the way, as the copy is written. 28 head coaches have won a playoff game since Tomlin. How many do you think you can name?
Oh, wow.
Here, if you wanted to attack this, anybody who wants to attack this, I would recommend go backwards, like from last night.
This weekend, right?
Backwards. Right. But it's 28 coaches. You know, when we were kids, that was the number of teams. Or when you were a kid, it was more than the number of teams. 28 coaches have won playoff games since Tomlin's last. I'm not trying to, rip him. Everybody else has done that. We've done that enough times. He punts all the time.
But he had an incredible...
It's
an incredible...
excited they lost.
It's such an incredible run.
I loved the last hour and a half of that game last night. I loved it.
I turned it off.
Oh, how could you turn that off?
The fumble recovery. I mean, I waited one more. The Rankins. The what do they call him? The big man. Whatever. Scoop and score. I think I waited. Pittsburgh got the ball back. Nothing happened. And I'm like, all right, I'll just if there's a comeback in here, I'll read about it in the morning. So I missed the last pick six and whatever one Houston drive, I guess, for a touchdown.
I thought every morsel of that second half was delicious.
I hate Rodgers as much as anyone, but
I'm so glad they're gone.
Watching him, there was a sack that he took where he looked like me trying to navigate icy stairs. In full disclosure, that doesn't necessarily go great for me.
Well, you're holding on to something.
Right, but he just, like, the pocket collapsed around him, and he just sort of tripped down a lineman or something. Like, nobody even touched him. He's like, I'm old! And he fell down. And...
Did he get up and wave his arms? Like, why weren't you over here?
I don't think after that one.
Did you see the play where he threw it deep to Austin?
Yes.
and he complained.
Yes.
He was like, he was angry. He was hot.
He was on the bench gesturing like in, out with his hand, and
that's my least favorite
not gonna miss
athlete ever.
Yeah.
Whoever does that, I mean, sometimes you see that when your kids are playing sports and the kids are 9, and there's one kid who's really good, but he's always mad at the other kids because they don't know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
He's like 50.
Yeah.
And he's out there just it wasn't even like egregious at all. And then they kept going back and forth from Rodgers on the sideline with his, toque on to Calvin Austin, who's, I think, kind of hiding from him off to the side, but he's also like in the meeting.
He's with the receivers, I thought. I don't know if they were in the same meeting, but yeah.
Who has ever been more insufferable?
Yeah.
Don't say us or me as an athlete than Rodgers.
No, he's the worst.
He is like the worst ever.
He is. Yeah.
And then he's, of course, in there last night lecturing the media. Oh, the Twitter fans, they don't know anything. Like, just go away, please. I want Rodgers to go farther away than I ever wanted Brady to go away. And I lost on that. I mean, Brady is, there's a podcast. Oh, it's every Sunday. I was rooting last night when the schedule came out that the Bills would not get Fox because I can't take either of those guys. Like, that was what was on my mind when the schedule, please not Fox. And thank goodness we're like, there's no chance of Fox.
No, right. Yeah. I thought Romo was
Aaron Rodgers
at this point either, but
I'm fine. Romo is a million times better for me than Fox. Like, just he's not going to offend you. You might not think he's trying, right? That's the thing with Romo.
Kind of, yeah.
But he's not going to offend you. Is he going to tell you all day on Saturday how good Denver is if you didn't know it? Like, maybe that's what he did with Jacksonville. It's just going to remind you over and over and over this team is actually good, even though you're not used to them being good. I don't know. Well, do you want to play this game?
Sure, I can play this game.
All right. 28 coaches have playoff wins since Mike Tomlin's last. So 2017 and up. Go.
Okay. Well, last night's guy obviously won, and he's won before. D'Amico Ryans is on this list.
All right, good.
So he's on this list. I'm going to just look at. I'm going to look at the standings.
Do it. I don't mind.
Sean Payton has won a playoff game since 2000. No, wait, 2016 is when it is. When is Tomlin's last?
17 and up.
17 and up. Okay. Then no, I don't think that New Orleans was bad up until he left there for a few years. I don't know. Zach, can Zach help? Do you think Sean Payton's on this list?
I think he has a little bit left in the juice there with New Orleans.
Okay.
He's got one.
Sean Payton.
Yep.
All right.
3.
Mike Vrabel.
Sure. I mean, Sunday.
Yeah. And with Tennessee since 2017, too. So McDermott's on this list.
Yes.
No. These people are still employed. Zach Taylor.
Yes. He has 5.
Andy Reid.
17.
Right. 28 coaches of teams. Well, there aren't even 28 coaches currently employed. So I need guys that have one. So Kevin Stefanski's on this list.
Sure.
Okay.
One
Sorry, I skipped
against
him.
Pittsburgh.
I skipped him, but
he wasn't there.
Yeah,
he wasn't at the game.
I think he gets credit for it, though.
You see, Andrew tweeted about Pitt hired the coach. Pitt, like the college, hired the coach who was in Stefanski's stead that night. And Andrew's like, that's how bad it is. But a coach who's beaten the Steelers is being hired as an assistant by Pitt.
Yeah, right. That is
Pfeiffer, I think is his
that's
name.
low. Yeah.
So yes.
Pete Carroll is on this list.
Yes.
Did I say Andy Reid already?
Yes.
Okay.
Pete Carroll won Seattle at some point.
Tennessee
along
would be
the way.
Vrabel and nobody since him, so that there's nobody else there. Jets haven't been to the playoffs.
Jets. How dare you?
I think I'm done with the AFC unless I'm skipping someone that is farther back that I'm not thinking of.
Okay.
But for now, John Harbaugh. I didn't say John Harbaugh.
John Harbaugh.
For some reason, I started on this quest skipping the guys who aren't employed anymore. Bill Belichick is on this.
Belichick has 5 playoff wins since Tomlin's last.
All right. Who was the Jaguars coach when they beat the Bills in the playoffs?
Oh, great question.
Was that
Doug Marrone?
Was that Peterson? No, it was Marrone. Doug Marrone is on this list.
Marrone has 2.
One of which against the Steelers.
The next week against Tomlin.
Right? Wow. Yes, I had to go back. Is there another? Oh, Bill O'Brien.
Bill O'Brien against the Bills.
Against the Bills, Houston. Yeah. See, I skimmed through thinking of the current guys, and I didn't think of
That's right. It's fine.
the past guys.
You're doing well.
So now I'm all scrambled because now I feel like I got to backtrack.
Okay, well.
Is there anyone in Denver besides Peyton that we need to consider?
No.
Did no.
No.
Right? No. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your being so.
I'll be your friend here.
So quick. To do that.
There are multiple coaches who won playoff games this weekend you need to think about, but not
I'll get to
anybody who coached
I feel like
Denver.
I'll get to them once I get to the NFC. I think I have exhausted the
All right,
current
let's get to the
coaches in the AFC. All right. Well, Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson is correct.
Nick Sirianni is correct.
Yes, even though they lost. 6.
Sean McVay.
Yes.
Kyle Shanahan.
9. Also 9.
Matt LaFleur.
Yes. Ding, ding, ding. Wait, Matt LaFleur. Yes.
They
3.
won in Dallas.
Yes.
That blowout in Dallas.
Just not this weekend.
Right.
I had to dig for that.
O'Connell, no. Right?
Kevin O'Connell.
They lost to the Giants. Was that him?
Yes. And they lost to the Rams.
Right. And so
He's a 0.
is there anybody who's before him?
That's the name you need.
Mike Zimmer?
Mike Zimmer. is
Mike
right.
Zimmer
Yeah.
has 2.
Good job, Zach.
Zim.
Dan Campbell is correct.
Dan Campbell.
There probably is not another Lions guy before him. I'm guessing.
Fonts. No, somebody from the 50s would be the Lions.
So I got to Tampa, and I'm immediately going to Bruce Arians.
Right. 5.
Right. But Tampa won. Didn't they beat somebody? Did they beat Philly?
They did.
And that was Bowles.
That's right.
Okay, so Bowles is on this list.
Yes, he is.
Playoff
Winning coaches since Mike Tomlin's last playoff win.
the Washington guy.
Dan Quinn.
Dan Quinn. It's Snyder in my head. I'm like, that's not right. That's the former owner.
Snyder.
Not him. Brian Daboll is on this list.
Yes.
With that Minnesota game.
That's
just
right.
connecting dots here. Arizona, no, I don't think so. How many have we got? Were you counting?
You're around 20 or 21.
Wow.
I'm trying to keep up.
Yeah.
One Super Bowl winner I don't think you've mentioned. You mentioned John Harbaugh. He also won one. You mentioned Sean Payton, who also won one. The rest are one-timers. One's in broadcasting. One was the coach of the Bills.
That seems pretty significant.
One was the quarterback of the Bills.
Frank Reich.
Yes, Frank Reich.
Wow.
That was in Houston.
Okay.
My friend won a first touchdown bet on
Wow.
Eric Ebron. In that game, the Colts blew out Houston in the playoffs. That was Reich. Yep.
Coach of the Bills. Rex is too far back.
At Arrowhead. Like to see the current coach of the Bills maybe win one playoff game at Arrowhead Stadium. This guy did it. Not going to happen this year.
I'm stumped on that.
Malarkey.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah. I feel like I'm in the weeds now.
Okay.
I don't think I'm going to get... did I say Doug?
There's another former coach of the Bills.
Wait, Doug Peterson's on this list.
Peterson's right.
Yeah.
There's another ex-Bills coach on this list, head coach. What game was this? Okay. Who did they beat? That's a good one.
Another Bills coach. I don't know.
Anthony Lynn.
Oh, wow.
Who did they beat?
That's with the Chargers?
Yes. Would that be? That's not in the Marvin Lewis Bengals era, right? That's post that.
Yeah, I don't know. Being liberal with Bill's coach there.
No, he was he counts.
Well, okay, all right.
We didn't get the broadcaster names right.
I'm not arguing that he counts. It's just he wasn't like a hire. He just took over because somebody else got fired, and that's the easy one.
They beat Lamar.
His rookie year.
That's the game in Baltimore. He's the coach of the Chargers.
Where they
game
played
in
all
Baltimore.
like defensive backs instead of heavy people, and they couldn't. They had like 7 DBs on the field at a time, and the Baltimore didn't know what to do.
There are 2 ex-Dallas coaches you haven't mentioned.
Mike McCarthy.
I
had thought of him earlier, and then I just moved on.
This is a funny one.
Is it Wade Phillips?
No.
Jason Garrett.
All right.
That would be 18. They beat Seattle with Russell Wilson. I didn't pay close attention to that game. I was out, but they beat the Seahawks and they lost to the Rams the next week. Jason Garrett. That's maybe everybody.
Is there an Atlanta guy anywhere? No.
Quinn.
Oh, Quinn. Right. Okay.
I think you've named everybody now. Stefanski, McCarthy, Garrett, Reich, Bill O'Brien, Anthony Lynn, Pete Carroll, Bowles, Malark. I think that's everybody. All right, good job.
I feel like we did all right there. I mean, we got in the 20s, and then you had to help us along here. But
so there are
that's a lot of people.
3. Pete Carroll doesn't count. He was an assistant here. 3 Bills head coaches have won playoff games more recently than has Mike Tomlin. I mean, not to hammer him. What happens to Mike Tomlin? What happens to John Harbaugh and what happens to Mike Tomlin? Are they going to TV? Are they like going right back on the field? Does Mike Tomlin want to go right back on the field and just take over the Giants or something? I wouldn't. Take a breath.
I mean, there's a lot. Everyone's guessing, I think. I don't know that anyone really knows. But there has, a lot of the reporters have sort of kind of decided he's going to take a year off. He'll go any TV net, anybody wants him. He can pick his spot. They'll put him on there for a year, and that's kind of that is exactly what Cowher did when Cowher stepped down, and then he never went back. Like right, we talked about him for a hot minute here, maybe more than once. As an idea in the mid-2000s, I feel like, right? Donahoe, Cowher connection, and that never happened, and he just decided to just stay there. That could happen to Tomlin. He could get out and realize, like, not everybody misses the juice. Like, a lot of people do. Like, they need it. Brady is quintessentially this person. Like, I need something that is competitive. You're right, and I'm not necessarily saying that about broadcasting for him, but the ownership stake in the Raiders sort of is filling that void for him. Maybe Tomlin will get the TV and just realize he likes hitting the buzzers. It's just like sitting there chuckling with James Brown and everybody. I don't know.
We're going back like 20 years now, literally, but it never made sense to me that somebody like Bill Cowher or Jimmy Johnson would ever be like fulfilled.
Yeah. Sitting
in that room, overreacting to everybody. I mean, they're not quite Nate Burleson, who screams in laughter anytime anybody, like they asked him last week, somebody brought up last week, like the last time the Steelers lost a Monday night game, which by the way now is last night. And he's like, oh! I mean, somebody's job on these shows is to be like, oh!
Yep.
Even though they already know what's coming. But it's adjacent to that. Bill Cowher, Jimmy Johnson, these shows are so bad. And somehow there's enough money, I guess, in it where like type A 20-hour a night, coaches are like, that's enough for them. It never has made sense to me that it's enough for me. Like,
it definitely is enough for me.
I work 5 hours a day, and that's way too much. I mean, just I could barely stand it.
Yeah.
But those guys being like ex-players like Cowher, and just how was it ever enough for him? Jimmy Johnson just wanted to go on his boat, I guess. And just like, it was always incredible to me that they never got back in. And that will not happen, right? Like Jimmy Johnson is done.
Oh, God, yeah. I mean,
he's done with broadcasting now.
Yeah, he's so far gone. I mean, that's why I said about Tomlin, you just I think it's the exception far more than the rule. But it's possible that somebody that's been that way their whole life stops it and does whether it's TV or something else, and realizes I like me right now. This is where this works. This is good. I like this. My wife likes this. I like this. I'm present. Okay, I think I could do this. I can not be like married to such a high pressure, demanding job.
Well, interesting to think about Matt Ryan today for this, who was also on that CBS show.
And he's leaving to go to Atlanta.
He left, and I mean, everything he says is kind of like obvious and trite, but he's like, you never really miss the juice, or you do miss the juice. You want to be, what did he say? He's like,
you never replace it.
Wins and losses. You know, in so many words, he said, on CBS, there are no wins and losses. I wanted that. I came back for that. And I'm sure they gave him, sick money, and he's completely, I'm sure, like, terribly unqualified. But, good for him. It's nice nice to get that when you can get it. Yeah, I just, we'll see what happens with Tomlin. I just don't want to see him take, like, the Tennessee job or something. Like, just take a break.
I hope he does.
Your stock goes
I hope he
up
does too. Sure, it does.
In a year.
Yeah.
If you step away from it first. All right.
I mean, Harbaugh could do the same thing, but he's taking all these interviews, and it feels to me like I would guess right now he takes a job somewhere.
Hopefully Pittsburgh.
That would be awesome.
That would be awesome. The owner of the Ravens today
said, as much.
Reacted to the Tomlin news like, just maybe they switch chairs. We will have Sal Capaccio at 4 and Ross Tucker at 5 today. Also, Paul Hamilton at 6. Sean McDermott speaking now, or he's supposed to be. We'll check in on what the latest injury news is. No off day for the Bills with the game being on Saturday. So that's coming up. Sal's analysis as well in just over half an hour. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here at 803-0550. Thanks for joining us. This is WGR.
John takes the Pittsburgh job. Wow. Wouldn't that be interesting? Good for Mike. I love Mike. I mean, I've admired Mike for 18 years. And that's really shocking that he did it that way. Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Thank you. I right back at you. I've admired Steve Bisciotti for 18 years as well. And how I did it, I mean, what can I say? What I did was, if you don't know, it's probably pretty clear, but what you don't know is perhaps I took the recycling bin out to the road yesterday, even though where I live, it's very windy. And I basically stood there for 3 hours until the truck came. Because if I don't, everything just blows away. Like the bin goes down and everything's everywhere. Like all these, paper towel holders and
you're close to the river too, and that could pollute.
It's just all the worst.
You don't want that.
All the worst. So I appreciate his appreciation. Okay, Steve Bisciotti, the owner of the Ravens. Mike Tomlin is actually Mike Tomlin is who he's speaking of there. And both the Ravens and Steelers have made coaching changes. The two longest tenured coaches in the NFL are both out after almost 20 years. Tomlin is 19. Harbaugh, I think, is 18. And then next is Andy Reid, who had a pretty good run before taking on Kansas City when he was the Eagles coach. So he's got two long, 10-plus year stints. And then McDermott. So at the moment, McDermott is the second longest tenured coach in the NFL.
Tied with McVay and somebody else. Is it Kyle Shanahan?
Maybe.
There's three guys that are the same. McDermott, McVay, and there's
From
another
17?
guy. And I think it's Kyle Shanahan.
Okay. 8 years in.
Yeah.
Not sure there's any particular aspect of the Bills' last decade that's more incredible than that they would have
9 years in now.
9 years. Then they would have the second longest tenured coach in the NFL ever.
Right. That's quite a change.
I mean, Belichick existed in the league. Just McDermott was going to outlast all these guys, and he has. So pretty good. Tyrell Shavers, out for the year. Torn ACL. He joins Gabe Davis as having that injury from the Jacksonville game. And so one more man down at wide receiver.
Holy cow.
This is Black Swan again. They are so, the fates are so enjoying this narrative with wide receiver that they're just like, okay, you don't have the right guy or guys, we're just going to take a couple of the guys you don't really care that much about away and then see what you can do.
Right.
So what is it right now? Cooks, Coleman, Shakir.
That's it on the roster right now. They've opened the practice window for Samuel. So, I mean, I would think the pressure is going to be pretty high for him to clear whatever hurdles need to be cleared to demonstrate that he's capable of playing, because they need him now. They need him just to get four guys. Hardman's on the practice squad with Shavers and Davis, I would assume, headed to IR. Then you can move him so you don't have to worry about elevations and just put Hardman on the roster. I feel like he's the next guy up. They did sign a guy today to the practice squad. I had the name here, Wilkerson at receiver. Wilkerson, yes.
Sounds like a Madden name.
So, man, to go, nobody like their receivers, as far as a contending team goes, it's like an incredibly lacking receiver room. To lose two of those guys in a wild card game to the same injury is just torturous. This year has just been all-time brutal with injuries with them. And, you think you get to the playoffs, like, okay, maybe, no. It's just bam, bam, bam. Really tough. I mean, I don't know what you would have expected. Shavers plays all the time. Run blocking, like you're probably going to hear a lot about that. Keon Coleman wants to put himself in any kind of good graces. He could go block his ass off on Saturday because the Shavers does a lot of the dirty work. So did Gabe Davis. That was part of the book on him when he was here the first time. Was they loved him so much because he was kind of egoless for a receiver and willing to do whatever it takes and all that kind of stuff. And they got three guys on the roster right now. I mean, I'm sure they'll address it quickly. Hardman, Samuel, whatever.
Samuel's back.
He's got to be. If he's healthy enough to start practicing, I mean, I don't want to speak too soon, though. They'll have an actual practice tomorrow. It's like every week for 2 months, somebody's gone down on Wednesday. That started the day whole and then limited. Someone stepped on them or whatever happens, turn an ankle. But yeah, I mean, Samuel, I think, I just said it. The pressure to get on the field is going to be immense. Just returning from whatever the injury was. So, I mean, that's an experienced guy that was good for them in the playoffs last year. But I mean, he hasn't played in more than a month. Maybe longer. Did
make a play against Denver last year in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But Sean McDermott said today, tore an ACL in the first half on Sunday and was on the field for like the rest of the game.
Right. He went to the locker room early, I think, before halftime. So I remember seeing him walking with a trainer up the tunnel at some point. But yeah, he came back and finished the game with a torn ACL. Man.
I know. It's just like a continuing troll job by the fates, by the gods.
I was joking around Sunday night with a friend of mine after we found out about Gabe Davis. Like, I wonder how long it takes for someone to call the station. I didn't necessarily think it had to be our show to ask about like Odell Beckham Jr. or something.
You see Joe's idea?
No, I have not.
Are you sitting down?
Was it that?
Amari Cooper.
Okay, right.
I don't know. Quote, knows the offense?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Right.
Well,
wow.
Can they win this game this way? You can't really assume no, because that's been the theme of the season, is they don't have enough talent at wide receiver, and these things are relative. I mean, it wasn't that they signed players or traded for players. They didn't get Waddle. They didn't do such that they had, quote, fixed the problem, so they're up here. They never got up here. They're just down here, and now they've lost a couple of guys. I mean, Shaver's respect for big body and special teams and blocking, and kind of Davis is the same, not special teams so much, but the same kind of role and body type and everything for what they want.
Well,
that's always been what they want. Somebody at that position to provide them is like that kind of size. And these guys don't do that. Curtis Samuel doesn't come in and provide you a blocking element against edge rushers or whoever, blitzing linebackers.
That's why I mentioned Coleman. Like, he's the big body.
Coleman is it.
That's it. Yeah, I mean, you're not asking Shakir to do that. Maybe chip an edge guy on the way out in a pattern or something. I saw some highlights of Davis doing that, but again, bigger body. Well, the best you can do is, if the guys they had weren't all that great or all that good anyway, then they should be pretty replaceable.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the best you can do. But even then, it's like, is Hardman? I mean, I just don't know. It's so bad.
Well, it's interesting to think about, like, what does it mean for Denver, or to Denver, I should say. What does it mean to Denver? Your point about Surtain going back a year. What do you do with Surtain against a team like this? Do you just, like, not worry about who the number one is? I heard Joe this morning talking about how important Cooks is, because Cooks gets down the field, and maybe for Denver, Surtain is Cooks, or Cooks is Surtain's
maybe
job one. But, what Coleman, to be optimistic, what Coleman can do, contested catches, big body again, like somebody who maybe, if he runs the right routes and doesn't screw up in some other way, like, he could be somebody that it's not impossible that you get a game from him.
No.
And Kincaid is also, like, sort of ready for the next bigger game. It gets tiring to sort of lay out the case for Kincaid. Even Sunday, like, you got a touchdown from him. There were 3 catches from him. Maybe the first pass that went to him was, like, the story. One story from this game was how Allen couldn't miss. And he missed when It was third down on their first drive, and it was like a mile away from Kincaid. It reminded me of last year. You know, we talked about, why is this guy's, whatever it is,
his catch rate, whatever.
50%.
Yeah.
Why is it so low with Allen versus everybody else? And the first pass, I think it was the first pass he got against Jacksonville, was like just, he's falling to the ground way far away from where the ball is. The whole rest of the game was not like that at all.
Right.
But, you take what you can get, and maybe we're back to wish casting for Coleman and Kincaid, I guess, and 3 for 70 from Brandon Cooks and 10 for 70 from Shakir. I guess that's what we should hope for.
I think if I'm Denver, I think I do. The guys you have that are healthy, whatever kind of pitch count they've been on or whatever rotation they were using that's been driving everybody crazy, like that's got to be over. Like Cooks, Coleman, and Shakir, I would think have got to play, even if Samuel is healthy and Hardman gets on the active roster, which is what I predict happens. Those are going to be your 5 receivers, I would bet, sitting here today, barring some name that's out there in the wind that Amari Cooper, for example. Those are your 5. Those top 3 have got to play like 80% of the like they just have to. I'm not going to have a timeshare with McCole Hardman at this point. Like those guys have to play, and if that's the case, then I think Surtain. I think if I'm Denver, I'm just going to who's the most dangerous? Okay, Cooks is probably the answer to that. I guess you could say Shakir. Like he might get more volume. Almost definitely will get more volume than Cooks, but who's going to really hurt you? I think my answer might be Cooks, which is crazy because that was like Thanksgiving week he got here, and now I'm at, they're just going to put Patrick Surtain on Brandon Cooks. Like me from Halloween would like a word. What? Who? What are we talking about?
You were not here during the holidays, the day I relived my own personal podcast nightmare by inviting Dave Tripoli on the show. Philadelphia, the week of the Eagles game. And, reliving the time when I was on his podcast at FFPC, asking me, all right, Schopp, you're the big expert on Buffalo. This is 2 years ago. Who's the wide receiver we should draft in fantasy? I'm like, Claypool. Just like MVS. There was nobody you should have drafted in fantasy. And I wasn't wrong. But still.
Right, that name didn't even make it out of the summer.
It's 2 years later, and one reason why I dragged Dave onto this show that week was to defend myself. Like, listen, did I really blow it? I mean, just there was nobody. Shakir is the closest thing. You don't want to start Khalil Shakir in fantasy football. Like, there was no right answer, and it's amazing that they're going to this game, and now the injuries are weighing in, and they just do not have it. 803-0550. Sal Capaccio at 4. The latest on the Bills' injuries with Sal. Ross Tucker has moved to 5 today. Paul Hamilton at 6. Paul has an article up at our website, WGR550.com. Mark Bergevin profiled. Another addition to the Sabres front office. The Sabres have home games tomorrow night and Thursday night after losing at home last night to Florida. We'll be right back. This is WGR. Exciting to be in the playoffs as always. Don't want to miss out entirely on the fun that is vacancies and even sometimes draft speculation, just stuff going on around the NFL, because it's a very newsy couple of weeks in the NFL. I mean, this year especially with Harbaugh and Tomlin together. Did we know it didn't matter who won that game.
No, I didn't.
Their sake.
The Baltimore owner even, I think, was asked. Maybe I shouldn't say this because I didn't vet it. I'm not sure. It could have been a phony thing I saw, but I read that he was asked if the kick goes through. Are you sitting here today? He said maybe a week later. Like, in other words, like we were a divorce was coming. I think, and again, if I got on that, I apologize. But
it's easy to believe, though.
Yeah, it is. It makes sense. Like, if they had a problem that was festering to some extent and needed to do something about it, maybe short of going on a crazy run, they were going to do something about it.
Well, Pittsburgh, I mean, they're selling it like it's Tomlin's decision. Pittsburgh didn't even make it interesting. I sorry to sound like I'm bragging. I guess maybe I am. I hammered Houston at halftime last night. Like, come on. And yet, C.J. Stroud fumbled 5 times.
He tried so hard.
And got picked off and still won in Pittsburgh 30-6. Nobody knows anything. Like, 30-6. Houston is a 3-point favorite. Everybody's afraid to touch them. 23 in a row since they've lost on Monday night at home. It's the Pittsburgh Steelers. I mean, it's the pancake breakfast. You're not going to win here. Just shut it down. Houston's still favored. They're telling you, like, come on, it's Houston. So, 5 fumbles and an interception, and they win by 24. And I didn't want the Houston defense in fantasy because it was like too obvious. Rodgers is going to throw every pass in like 1 second. He'll never get touched. He'll just dump it off and, cover his helmet to not get killed out there. Nope. 2 defensive touchdowns. I mean, I loved it. I loved finally seeing the Steelers. It was like watching the Bills beat them. Only it was the playoffs where
it was a similar kind of game because it was close, into the second half.
That's right.
The Bills game turned right away. First play of the second half was the scoop and score by Bernard. But yeah, I mean, similar enough. Yeah, ends up a pretty crooked score. Yeah,
it was 7-3 Pittsburgh at half against Buffalo.
Without the Bills without the Bills the Bills didn't turn the ball over. There were no 5 fumbles or anything by the Bills in that game.
No, but...
And Stroud's running out the field, like, crowing at the Steelers fans. They're like, dude.
Yeah, I know, right?
You might want to just get to the room. I mean,
he was like Tomlin when they beat the Ravens.
Right. Like,
relax.
Right. Like,
buddy, read the room.
Slow your roll just a little bit.
Come on. And Christian Kirk, really? Why do we even play? Sal Capaccio next. The Bills and the injury news. They're out there today. It's a short week, so we'll talk to Sal here on a Tuesday, which is different. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR.
tore his ACL, and today it is Tyrell Shavers with the same injury. We also got some other practice notes today coming from head coach Sean McDermott. Jordan Poyer, Max Hairston, and Ty Johnson all are not going to practice today, while Josh Allen, Dalton Kincaid, Terrell Bernard, AJ Epinesa, Greg Rousseau, and Matt Milano will all be limited. Ed Oliver and Curtis Samuel also are going to practice today. It also should be noted today is a walkthrough, with this Tuesday essentially being Wednesday, being a short week. Bills playing on Saturday. Coming up next, we'll get more on what we heard from head coach Sean McDermott. Sal Capaccio does join the show. Sal also has a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. Another longtime head coach in the NFL is out of a job. Mike Tomlin stepping down after 19 years at the head of Pittsburgh. During this time with the Steelers, he won a Super Bowl, never had a losing season, but has not won a playoff game since 2016. And now with this, there is 9 head coaching openings. And then the other big news in the NFL today, 2 offensive coordinators have been fired. The Chargers with Greg Roman after 2 seasons, and the Eagles with Kevin Patullo after just 1 season. To the Sabres, they are off tonight. They do prepare for a home back-to-back tomorrow and Thursday. Even after a loss, though, to Florida last night, they are still in a playoff spot. We'll get more on the Sabres at 6 when Paul Hamilton does join the show. Tonight, though, we do have 10 games in the league. Some of the notables include 3 of them at 7. Senators hosting Vancouver, Tampa and Pittsburgh versus the Penguins, and Washington hosts Montreal. 7:30 over on TNT and HBO, Detroit at Boston. Then 2 games at 10, Stars at the Ducks and Maple Leafs at Utah. While in college hoops, UB men, they host Kent State just after 6:30. You can catch that game over on our sister station, the Bet 1520, with coverage beginning at 6. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Is the word I want here esoterica? Sal likes this sort of trivia, schedule stuff, sort of random football trivia like I do. And maybe Sal already knows the answer to this question. Bulldog does, because we talked about it. John McEntee, literally on the phone earlier today. Sal, so this will be 11 straight playoff games, or is it 10? Nance and Romo, Bills playoff games announced by that booth, Tracy Wolfson, like that particular crew, Saturday in Denver. I think it's 11. It's 11 in a row, 12 total. 11 in a row. The record, Andy Proven, my guy, looked this up a while back when I was curious about it. The record, 1 booth, 1 team, consecutive playoff games. Do you know the answer to this? If you don't, I mean, it would take a while to guess it, probably, but I wonder if you'd be interested at least in who the answer is, because the Bills are closing in.
I'd be interested. I don't know. My first guess at the top of my head would be Summerall and Madden doing one of the NFC teams in the 80s.
I'll give it to you. The Giants.
Good job. Yeah.
In the 80s, and the trick to that was when they made the Super Bowl in the 86 season, CBS had the game.
Oh, okay.
And so not that we want this, of course, needless to say, but for Nance and Romo to top that, consecutive playoff games, 1 team, like the Bills in this case, they would have to get to next week and then lose, because the Super Bowl this year is NBC. They have to come back next year and get CBS again. So, right. But pretty good.
I guess Cowboys, but Summerall Madden was my guess too. So Giants is the answer.
80s Giants, 81 through, I don't even know if it's like past 1990. Maybe it ends with Super Bowl 25, actually, when the Giants-Bills game. That's ABC.
ABC, yeah.
Okay, so now you know that. Want to start with Saturday, 4:30? I know yesterday you were talking about how this is, especially relevant to the Bills and how they finagle their roster, not playing even at night on Saturday. It's different.
Yeah, we could start there, guys, but I think we should start with the big news of the day just happened a moment ago that the Bills announced that Tyrell Shavers has also torn his ACL. So he joins Gabe Davis with a torn ACL, and the Bills are down to 3 healthy wide receivers. So we can go that way if you want. I just wanted to get that out there now in case your listeners didn't know. It just happened like 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, we already spent as soon as we heard, but it's fine. It's a fine place to start too here, Sal. So we can get to all the other stuff, seeing as you brought it up. Calamitous situation here at receiver. They've got 3 guys on the roster. I mean, we know Samuel's window opened, so the urgency to get him on the field is going to be really high, I would think. And McCole Hardman's here. They signed another guy today whose name is escaping me right this very second. Wilkerson, thank you. And is Steven Gosnell still on the practice squad?
He is.
Right.
He is. I don't know if he'd be an option. I think they like him for developmental purposes. My read of it is Christian Wilkerson is more of a big-bodied guy. They just lost 2 of their big-bodied guys. Not that Shavers is an incredibly big guy. He's more skinny, but Tyrell Shavers is a massive loss in the run game.
Oh.
I'm telling you guys, Aaron Cromer loves him in the run game. He is really, really smart, and I know he doesn't have the biggest body, but he uses leverage, and they really rely on him in the run game a lot, be close to the line of scrimmage. I'm not saying that Wilkerson would actually take his place on the field, but my read of it is you sign Wilkerson to the practice squad because he's that guy that you're missing now with those guys out. But Keon Coleman's got to also maybe become that guy a little bit because they don't have that wide receiver on the roster. Curtis Samuel certainly really isn't that. We'll see about his 21-day window and where it goes. Sean McDermott said they'll see about him getting out there today and see how it goes for him. But yes, 3 healthy guys on the active roster right now.
I echo what you said about Shavers. I know on one hand you can go, these guys are all the same as the other to an extent, right? No number 1 receiver, so easily replaceable. But, when it's getting down to this fine a time, to me, Shavers not being on the field could be the difference between a 20-yard James Cook run and a 40-yard James Cook run. Mm-hmm. And, in the playoffs, it's everything matters so much more. Everything's so amplified. That could make a difference for them, maybe a big one.
How about the block he had on a screen pass to Khalil Shakir this past week? It was right down the Bills sideline, and Shakir turned like a 4 or 5 yard gain into a nice 10, 12-yard gain, whatever it was, because he was down there blocking. This is kind of routine for him. This is what he does. It's how he made the team this year. For the last couple of years, we've talked about Shavers really kind of showing up and showing his hands in training camp. People forget he's been this is 3rd year on the team, maybe 4th actually, but either way, the point is, he's a guy that we always saw him catch the ball in training camp. I think it's always been, can you carve out a role in special teams? If you're going to do that, are you going to be strong enough to uphold? And are you going to be able to be a willing and good enough blocker to justify snaps? Because he's not like this burner speed guy. He's a good route runner, right? But, there's only so much he can do as a wide receiver, and that's what you're losing here. A guy that just has done everything he can to be possibly on the field to help his team, and that's a big loss for them.
Isn't he also the short option on the long pass to Cooks on Sunday? Isn't it Shavers who breaks to the sideline?
I think in the slot, and yeah, I think that's right.
Sal, you can play on a torn ACL, apparently?
Apparently, yeah. That's remarkable. So Sean McDermott used the word remarkable. He used the word unbelievable. So he he gets hurt in the second quarter on a punt play. I remember when he went down, and I'm looking right up, I'm like, oh my God, Tyrell Shavers is down. I didn't see if it was blocked or it was non-contact. It didn't look good right away because it's a punt play. And, he's on special teams and he's on the outside somewhere. So it didn't look good. Sean McDermott goes to check on him, goes out of the game. We are told he's questionable to return. Well, I'm standing on the sidelines doing my hit with Nate during the halftime. He comes out with his helmet on and starts running on the sidelines with trainers. I'm like, okay, well, maybe that's a good sign. Sure enough, he goes back in. He played like 21 snaps in the second half on a torn ACL.
Well, I know we're all focused on what this means to the Bills, obviously. But just for a moment, for this guy, right? You just alluded to the journey, right? Practice squad just sort of knocking on the door, finally makes it, and is carving out. Like, to me, he's a guy that would be in the plans for next year, maybe even get like a contract beyond what he maybe thought was possible just 2 years ago. Really tough for the guy. I mean, to finally be establishing yourself as an NFL player after working so hard to get there and have it end this way. I mean, he can come back, but I mean, he got hurt in January. He's going to be out until
I'll tell you what,
middle of next year.
The guy,
the best.
I'm sorry, the guy I hope has his number is Trey White. Because when Trey White tore his Achilles, and we all saw that happen against Miami a couple of years ago, like, oh, now what for this guy? Then he bounced around, and we all sort of wrote him off.
Yep.
And now he's here in the playoffs. That's the thing about this, too, that you're not saying, but you know it, is when Gabe Davis goes down, or even Poyer, like you wonder maybe if this is it for guys like that. And Shavers is a little bit younger, but less established. So when it happens in the playoffs or around the playoffs, you can sort of, I'm sure the players are thinking about what that means to their futures.
Check on Shavers' age. He might be older than Gabe Davis.
Okay.
Gabe is only 26, by the way, I think.
Okay.
Which is remarkable when you think about it. But no, your point is right, Mike. I get it. But I think because those guys and the way they play and the way they've been around, you think about that with them. But Gabe's in the same boat. Like, is he going to be ready for next year? I think Gabe was in the plans for next year. I think they'd like to have him back. It wouldn't cost him much. He loves being in Buffalo. I think it's mutual that they like having him here. Josh trusts him. And now what do you do, right, with both these guys? And it's so incredible that we spent months talking about pass catchers, but the guys that they're really lamenting losing now are the guys that help them in the run game. They do all the little things for them at wide receiver. The pass catchers are still out there. That's Khalil Shakir. That's Brandon Cooks. And now they're going to, and what you thought Keon Coleman would be, it hasn't worked out like that. It's the guys that are doing all those little things, the everybody eats mentality to help out your teammate. Those are the guys they're losing that are, that's hurting here. Now, that said, they still have Josh Allen, and they still have, James Cook, and they still have a really good offensive line, right?
And Dalton
this is a player
Kincaid.
who, yes, he's very, exactly. There's a player who's important to them. There's no doubt. But, they'll practice this week, and they'll fill his spot, and they'll go to Denver and line up again.
My apologies if any of this is redundant, but I just want to make sure that people hear you clear the air on this. Elijah Moore, we mentioned him, I think, yesterday. He's on Denver's practice squad, and I'm getting people on Twitter, suggesting that. You said something about that, but I'm not sure, so I want you to say it again.
Can't do it.
They can't do it?
You cannot sign a player from a team's practice squad that you are playing within the next 6 days.
Okay. So that's off the table. So any familiarity he has, maybe if they beat Denver, then maybe that gets back on the table. We'll see, I guess.
Right.
If they want to keep going. So, but your options are what? I mean, they already made this move today to add a bigger body, like you said. Is there more in the offing, or do you think they will just stand pat because it's already Tuesday and the game is on Saturday?
Yeah, I think for now, for this week, you're probably standing pat. They already made their move today. When they announced their roster moves today, I think that's what we saw. You saw Christian Wilkerson added. They do have Curtis Samuel. The window opened up, and they do have McCole Hartman, right? I mean, McCole Hartman's also an option here. Again, not a blocker. He's a receiver, a pass catcher. He's a speed guy, right? You might have to change a little bit of your philosophy of how you run your offense a little bit here. Not a lot, not drastically, because of who's available and what you have at your disposal. Once the season is over for any team, practice squad contracts, they go, I believe, 6 days after that for each team as well. So I think if that were to happen, you might have to wait another week for a guy like Elijah Moore. There are always little intricacies here in teams, releasing guys and stuff like that. But, I think that's the case. But they can't go out and get Elijah Moore right now.
Well, if it's okay now, then the fact that this game is 4:30 on Saturday and not 8 o'clock compels the Bills to make these decisions earlier, like a day earlier, than maybe they would otherwise have to, right?
You're right about that. They have to make now, as far as I know, unless something changed with the divisional round and how they treat it, but I don't believe so. I know for sure that last week, even in the wild card round, the Rams and Carolina Panthers had to make their elevations on Friday for a Saturday 4:30 game, but the Packers and Bears didn't have to do it until Saturday for their night game. So my assumption is that it's the same thing for the divisional round, because that's the way it normally works throughout the regular season anyway. because the Bills play at 4:30 Eastern time, they would have to make their elevations by Friday at 4 p.m.
Well, it might be time to go raid the Patriots practice squad then, if you're going to need a receiver next week, because then it would be legal. And there are 3 receivers, not that I could tell you much about them, on the Patriots practice squad.
Well, Sal, what else? I mean, this receiver thing is, in danger of swallowing us whole yet again. What's the rest of the lay of the land? I mean, there are other positions and other guys that have been dinged up here. So what's the rest of the probably lengthy injury report? Well, now that we have the report.
Not practicing today through a walkthrough is Jordan Poyer. He was called week to week by Sean McDermott yesterday, so that's not promising. Max Harrison, we know he has an ankle injury that looked like it could be, more on the week to week side, but he won't practice today. Ty Johnson, that's the interesting one for me. Not practicing today is not good news. I was holding out some hope maybe that you'd see him today a little bit, and that would give you an encouraging sign that maybe he could play. It doesn't mean he can't, but that's not encouraging news. And then limited today, Josh Allen with just a lot of, pick your body part, right? Soreness. Dalton Kincaid, we'll see if it's actually the knee or the foot or both, but limited today. Terrell Bernard limited today, which is good news that he's, back doing something. AJ Epinesa, Greg Rousseau, and Matt Milano all limited. Not sure the specific ailments on them. We'll get them later.
Well, I know I asked you this yesterday, and I might ask you every day this week, but what does it all add up to when you think about going to Denver, 1 seed, tough defense, the physical toll the Bills are enduring, and then whatever Denver is not enduring? You were right yesterday, by the way. I wanted to make sure I mentioned this, that Denver did go into Week 18 with a stake. They weren't all set, maybe like Kansas City was last year. I treated the game. I looked at the game that way. The Chargers, benched Justin Herbert. They kind of laid down. But Denver still needed to win. So they couldn't just relax last week. But still, it's a long break since they were playing pretty seriously. Can the Bills win this game without Josh Allen having to do what he just did?
Yeah, I think they can. It's tougher, obviously, to have that happen, but this is a game that you might have to win with defense and making sure you just get enough on the scoreboard, playing Bo Nix, and he can have some moments, but, the Bills have an opportunity here against a younger, more inexperienced quarterback who they saw last year in the playoffs and beat, one that, again, has some talent that can make some throws and make some plays, but you can force him into mistakes as well. He's not super consistent. Look at some of his numbers. He's got some nice wide receivers, but he's kind of a guy that he wants to make plays on his own with his legs, get out of the pocket, go out of structure, and that's when he's at his best. And I think if the Bills keep him in the pocket, they can win this game with solid defense. I think that's got to be the path to victory, and then do enough in the run game like you did last week. That I know that the run numbers were not good last week, but I'm telling you guys, I talked to somebody who said that it was very important that they didn't have to abandon the run game because they were still, the game was always within reach no matter what. And if you can keep it there, you can keep handing the ball off and you can stay two-dimensional. If not, and you got to play catch-up, that's when things start to hurt you, especially against a defense like this Denver Broncos defense, when if Josh Allen's got to stay in the pocket all day and throw the ball or shotgun, that's a tough way to live against this team. They gotta be able to at least stay within the margins of the game to run the ball effectively enough. It does not have to be a 150-yard game, but it's got to be something like they were able to do last week where the scoreboard's got to matter here to do that.
I wonder how much, if at all, I would assume at least some, maybe it's dramatic. All this injury stuff at receiver changes what they were thinking of doing against Denver. Obviously they would have known, they've known, I would think about, the severity of the injury here for longer than we have. We're just finding out here this afternoon, at least about Shavers. Anyway, we knew about Davis right away. Is it a 3 tight end game? Is it an Alec Anderson game? It's just we're going to line up and just maul you and that have that be your passing game too. Pass out of the 3 tight end stuff just because maybe you're not going to feel comfortable with the receivers that you've got.
Good luck.
Yeah, you're right. And I'll say this, guys, too. I asked Joe Brady about this. They used their wide receivers to chip in this last game, as pass protectors. It wasn't like they were pedaling backward like an offensive tackle, but they use their receivers to chip, and they might have to rely on that again. But I do think that that's got to be the case, Bulldog. This might be a game where you're going to have to play the kind of game that teams want to play against the Bills. You shorten the game, and you want to keep Josh Allen off the field by doing it. And it's not because you want to keep Bo Nix off the field. It's because you don't have the option to play a longer game and having to put your quarterback back there to have to throw a little bit more. Like, you can run the ball, and you can, again, stay on schedule. And Josh has got to be a big part of that. One of the things that I really liked about Josh's game on Sunday was he didn't take negative plays, and he didn't have a lot of opportunities where he had to throw it away, right? It was 80% completion percentage. But you can't take negative plays. It's okay to live to fight another day. It's okay to stay in field goal range. Take a field goal. That's what you have to do. And I think they have to play a game like that. The Broncos were a very good run defense last year. The Bills found a way to run against them. They're going to have to do that again this week.
One more thing. It's been an ongoing talking point throughout the season, especially once we got into it, and Kansas City wasn't it. Broken, disaster. Baltimore, Lamar Jackson, kind of broken, near miss. Cincinnati, yikes. Now you've got John Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin out, Mike McDaniel out for what it's worth. I mean, absolute carnage, Sal, around the AFC. What a story it would make if the Bills, sort of overcome all of that and are the last man standing, if you will, in a year like this where just nobody else feels like there should be a graphic or something with, the bodies, that sort of, strewn about the graphic.
Kingpin coaches are losing their jobs. The Kings of the Hill quarterback-wise didn't make it. Yeah, there's been a lot of stuff on the side of the road this year.
You're right about that. The NFL has always been kind of a war of attrition, and it just feels like this year is even more so for a lot of that. And the attrition now is coming in the form of the coaches too, and teams moving on from veteran coaches, newer coaches. We see that every year too. Guys been there 1 or 2 years or whatever. We've seen that recently, and because of that, now 9 teams with head coach openings. It's amazing. I was looking today, though. The Bills are only scheduled to play 3 teams right now with head coach openings, I believe, if I'm right, which would be Miami, Baltimore, and Vegas next year. I think those are the only 3 teams on their schedule. Some teams are already scheduled to play teams with 7 head coach openings next year, I think. So, yeah, it can matter a lot, in organizations and from year to year and all of that. But it is amazing to see what's happening in these places. I do find it interesting that in neither case, Harbaugh or Tomlin, I did not find it surprising and thought it was possible this would happen, that both guys, one or the other or both, would be, not the coach anymore after this year. But what I found surprising was, in one instance, they fired him. It wasn't a mutual parting of the ways with John Harbaugh. And in the other instance, he said, I'm resigning. I'm stepping down. It's not a mutual parting of the ways. Now, people can have conversations and phrase it anyway, but I mean, that's what this is. This is not. And in fact, Steve Bisciotti said, you guys hear his quote? It was something like, somebody asked if Tyler Loop had made the field goal, would John Harbaugh still be the coach? He said, one more game, one more week. Right? They were resigned. They were going to do this. And in Tomlin's case, it feels very much like he was going to do this no matter what. So that's the part I find surprising about both those situations.
I wonder what if it's 2 more weeks? Because Baltimore didn't have to just get destroyed. We've seen Pittsburgh. The Bills did it to Pittsburgh last night. The Ravens are probably not going down like that to the Texans. Maybe they're not winning, but I can't imagine they just get, with Jackson on the field and healthier, just get blown out like that. And then, then it's it's different still, but that's how the world works. Thank you, Sal. We'll talk again tomorrow.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
That's our Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. His appearances are always brought to you by New York's only outlet liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet?
Let us know how you're feeling. 803-0550 is the number. Ross Tucker at 5:30 today, not 5 or even 4. So that's been pushed back a little bit. We've got an hour between now and our next guest with Ross then, and then Paul Hamilton with a Sabres report and discussion. Coming up at 6. Tyrell Shavers out. How big a loss? Bulldog used the word calamitous. In combination with whatever else has happened, what else has happened at wide receiver, we will surely get back to that coming up. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. Lines are open for you. This is WGR.
the Bills. Yesterday it was announced Gabe Davis tore his ACL. Today it is Tyrell Shavers with the same injury. We did get other practice notes today from head coach Sean McDermott before the team did take the field. Jordan Poyer, Max Harrison, and Ty Johnson not going to practice today, while Josh Allen, Dalton Kincaid, Terrell Bernard, A.J. Epinesa, Greg Rousseau, and Matt Milano will all be limited. Ed Oliver and Curtis Samuel are also expected to practice today. We'll learn more on what they actually did when the official injury report does come out later this afternoon. And for more on what Sean McDermott had to say, our own Sal Capaccio does have a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. The major news, though, in the NFL today is another longtime head coach being out of a job. Mike Tomlin stepping down after 19 years as the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. During that time, the Steelers did win a Super Bowl and never had a losing season, but have not won a playoff game since 2016. And with this, there is now 9 head coach openings. And then 2 offensive coordinators were fired today. Greg Roman for the Chargers after 2 years, and Kevin Patullo for the Eagles after just 1 season. To the Sabres, they are off tonight. They do prepare for a home back-to-back tomorrow and Thursday. And even after their loss to Friday last night, they're still in a playoff spot. We'll get more on the Sabres in a little while. Coming up at 6, Paul Hamilton will join the show. And then in college hoops, UB men, they host Kent State just after 6:30. You can catch that game over on our sister station, the Bet 1520, with coverage beginning at 6. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
He embodies what we're all about. I believe it happened summer of second quarter when we went out there to look at him, and for him to then come back into the game and then for it to turn out to be what it was is remarkable. Remarkable toughness, remarkable commitment to the team.
Sean McDermott on Tyrell Shavers, who will not be with the Bills rest of the way. Torn ACL that happened, according to McDermott, in the first half of the game on Sunday. So now what? The saga continues. Do we look at other teams' rosters? Well, one team has done that with one of the names we talked about yesterday as like, all right, like we're in the room or something with a big whiteboard, put the names up there. Let's see who's available and who's a fit. Trent Sherfield to the Patriots practice squad edition.
Right, he was a name. There was a guy that had been at UB for a bit. Was that
KJ Osborne.
Osborne. I don't remember seeing this Wilkerson's name on that list, but I think that's their move. Like talking to Sale just now, I don't know that they'll go grab they could, I suppose, because I think they'll have room. Because eventually, I think they'll get around to maybe adding both of these guys. Hardman's on the practice squad too. So is Steven Gosnell. You haven't really thought about him.
Who is that again?
That's not a name. He was the guy that I liked to be a star on Hard Knocks, but it didn't really materialize. He had like a minute on Hard Knocks, but he's been here all year.
But it was a good minute.
It was a good minute, yeah.
Okay.
But they've got Hardman and they've got Wilkerson. They're going to have spots available at that position specifically on the roster with Davis and Shavers having their seasons be ended now. So that seems like if you want 5 receivers going into a game, which is the normal number, I think they maybe have used 6 once or twice all year.
It's kind of the minimum.
Right.
5?
Right. But Samuel's in that mix too. So I think they'll add 2 receivers. And maybe then go add another guy on the practice squad as the weeks unfold here. But I think for right now, they've got their guys. It's just a matter of when they get moved to the roster. And Samuel figures into that too, obviously. If he proves that he's worth bringing off IR, then maybe that leaves one of these other guys on the outside, Hardman or
Wilkerson?
God, I don't know. I want to just keep calling him a different name. Wilkerson. Thank you. Yes.
James Jesperson.
Wilkerson.
James Jesperson.
I can do it. But he's a guy that was here in camp too, Wilkerson. So some familiarity. So not a complete
Doug
stranger.
Wilkerson? What an opportunity for Coleman.
Yeah.
I don't care how many meetings I've missed. You got to play me, buddy. Talent has a voice in these conversations, and now they're so thin that it's I mean, Coleman played last week, but no Palmer either against Jacksonville. You might have thought Coleman was down so bad with the Bills that he was just not coming back. They're signing anybody and playing them over him. They're giving Coleman week 18 and putting Brandon Cooks in a suite. So maybe it was like, this is over. Well, it's not anymore because he played last week and he contributed almost as much as any other receiver not named Shakir. I mean, Cooks had a big catch late, but Coleman had
the same catch. He had a 36-yard
right.
catch, just like Cooks had a 36-yard catch that set them up for a touchdown.
That's all I'm saying. He had a play.
Same thing.
And now it's that much more serious, and it's the second round. So if Coleman can sort of get right, he might be all the way back.
If he contributes, maybe everything else that's I would think all the drama, missed meetings, and all the stuff maybe just gets pushed to the side, and he carves out a role here. I really thought the way the season had been going, and I don't say this completely just off the wall, I think they were going to be done with him. And I think if they had a healthy complement of guys, they very well may have been. But now you're right. He has to play. And not only that, he's the guy most capable of doing some of what Davis and Shavers were doing for them. Not on special teams, but in the run game, blocking. And if he can show out on that stuff and make a couple of plays, it's a redemption story. It's like the first chapter of a redemption story. Because I really think he was in trouble moving forward. I mean, he's young enough. I don't know if the Bills would have gotten a day 3 pick for him or something, but I think they would have tried to move him in the summer. And now maybe they won't if he, again, writes a different ending to the season.
It's hard to trade the Super Bowl MVP for a 5th
Right.
the year after he wins the award.
That's right.
Kevin is with us. Hello.
Hi, gents. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
Perfect. Love the show. I've called a couple times just about Joe Brady getting a little tight in certain situations. Didn't really like the series last year and that loss they had. But, I mean, the more I'm thinking about it, I'm like, what does he have to work with? He's got, a really good back and a good O-line. But, I mean, he's resorting to screens because Shavers and Gabe Davis are ultimately practice squad receivers. They're good practice squad receivers. But, look where we're at. We're relying on Brandon Cooks, and it's just, it just makes me think of that call he had when he called in the morning show, and it was he has no defense now. He didn't have any sort of backup plan. I'm sure he didn't expect Keon to underperform, and Josh Palmer couldn't stay on the field, but he didn't draft any receivers. The 7th round, I forget what his name was, but this is really kind of an indictment on Bean, and it's kind of unfortunate. Landon Jackson was a pick pretty early, and he's not even on the field. We got Deion Walker, great pick, but other than that, he had his full capability to draft something in last year's draft and maybe sign someone beyond Josh Palmer. His quote is, "Guys, we signed Josh Palmer." It's kind of a running joke in our friend group, but look at where we're at. It's just crazy. And even in Jacksonville, the game there, everything looked so hard to Allen. And he's throwing prayers almost to Cooks. So, I don't want to harp on the receiver too much, but he had no backup plan because, ultimately Gabe Davis and Shavers were practice squad receivers and we're relying on them. So, we just need a better, plan moving ahead at this position. It looks a whole lot harder without the likes of Diggs and Davis in his prime. So that's all I got, fellas, and appreciate your time.
Okay, thanks. It's all been said, right? It's all been said. In Bean's defense, if I may dare to offer a point in his defense, and I've said this every time, at least he doesn't sit still. And Cooks is an example of that, because if he really were as defiant as fans who call us often make it sound, well, I'm good. No backup plan means what exactly? I've already got Josh Palmer and Coleman and Shakir, etc., so I don't need to worry about it. But he hasn't acted like that. I mean, they've still gone. Elijah Moore happened the very day of that phone call and, didn't work out. Hardman was a name in the league. So was Cooks. At least you got to give them that they have gone after just
right.
They've made their dart throws. It's not like it's no backup plan. To me, sounds like they didn't do that. And now here they go into the divisional round, and Brandon Cooks is very relevant. And they only have him because Bean wasn't with his feet on the desk smoking a cigar. He was like, well, we still need more. And that's Amari Cooper last year, too.
Yep. Yeah, it is, especially when you consider, I think, largely what those signings are met with from the fan base. It's like, how desperate are you? Well, I'm desperate, and he's willing to tell you that, which takes something, right? I mean, you're not so prideful that you can get over yourself to the extent that I need a guy. I got a problem. Yes, it's of my making, but I got to try to solve it, and so you keep trying. And I mean, I was riding around on Thanksgiving, the day before Thanksgiving, running errands. I hear about Brandon Cooks, and I'm laughing. And now he's like the most important guy on the team. So, joke's on me. I mean, in the span of a week, I mean, they knew Palmer was hurt, but the move to IR was, just happened last week. In the span of a week, they've lost 3 of their top 5 receivers for the year.
Including Palmer, yeah.
So, I hear you, like, it's been a sticking point with the fan base all year long. There's only so much the man can do. A backup plan to what? You know what the backup plan is? The backup plan is the name of the guy who I keep forgetting, and Hardman. That's your backup plan. I mean, those are at least bodies. They're people here. They're not going to be playing offensive tackles at receiver. Wilkerson.
Yes.
I can do it.
Just think of the ad. That's all you got to do.
What ad? I'm sorry. I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Well, I'll tell you later.
Okay. I guess so. Sorry.
Who is the Bills' Wilkerson? Christian?
Yes.
Christian Wilkerson. Okay. Southeast Missouri State, age 29. Belated happy birthday. Played for the Patriots and the Raiders. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog. More of your calls coming up. This is WGR. to that, it is Tuesday, but Ross has not been on our show yet today. He'll be on at 5:30. Move some things around. All the names, they are back in the air. Your Wilkersons, your Hardmans, your Samuels, your Hamlers. KJ Hamler was here in the summer, was released. Atlanta worked him out in November. That's the last we know about him.
Finding that. I did a couple of different Google searches and could not find anything beyond the Bills releasing him in August.
Where's Will Fuller when you need him? What happened to that guy? You know what's not funny but funny about this is like Christian Kirk, who happens to be like an Allen bro, could easily, if not for his contract maybe, could easily have been a cut. Like just he was just not in the plan at all with Houston this year. What happens? It wasn't even Collins' injury. It was just like Christian Kirk night. 9 for something, 8. Who did that? Who bet on that? He could have been somebody like Cooks, where just we're done. He's a veteran. He's washed. We've got Jaden Higgins. We got Noel. Of course, Collins. Day 2 receiver picks. What do we need Christian Kirk for? That doesn't happen. They get to the wild card game. He goes off. And it's his night.
Yep.
How do you even know sometimes? But, he was never available in this way, but it seems like he easily could have been. Houston hangs on to him, and then this is why fantasy football can be really, really demoralizing, because somebody knew that it was Christian Kirk night. And 99.999 times 1,000 of us % didn't. And so how do you beat that? Somebody knew that. Somebody knew the Houston Texans were going to feed Christian Kirk for the first time ever.
Knew or guessed.
Well, guessed is fine. Right. But what a guess. Why would you pick him over Noel or Higgins? He would just never. Schultz. Right. What happened to him? Yeah. No, it's Christian Kirk night. And we're going to Pittsburgh and we're going to roll, even though our quarterback is going to fumble 5 times and throw a pick. And this is the guy you needed. It's just it's too hard.
I got out of there eventually. I'm assuming Collins did not come back.
Did not come back.
That did not. That looked,
landed on his head.
Really tough.
3 for 21. Yep. Who knows if he plays this week? I mean, a concussion Monday to Sunday is tough, and it's not his first. So I wouldn't expect him to play, but you never know. It's football. The playoffs. Yeah. Here's Jim with us. Hi, Jim.
Hey, guys. In response to the last topic where the caller called in and was complaining about the practice squad receivers, I think the only reason why Bean's getting away with it, though, is because of Josh. He's good enough to put the ball where these guys can't screw it up compared to many other quarterbacks. There's a few of the elite ones that can bail a GM out of a situation like this. And it is football, so it's not. I mean, this isn't a Bean problem. It's just the fact that he doesn't give Josh weapons, and this is where it's coming to a head. And Josh is making his job look like he kind of figured what he was doing, where another quarterback and many other ones wouldn't. People would be like, he's out. Did I make any sense there?
Sure.
Yeah, no, they've been able to get away with it. I mean, last year when we first, got into the no digs, everybody eats, that became the mantra. I referred to it as like the first great experiment of Josh Allen's career. We're going to see if we can do this without having that guy, having a kingpin alpha dog one guy. And they scored their 30 points a game. I think there were a lot of things that contributed to that. The turnover luck, I think, was in their favor. It's always been a point that I stick to when Bean was so defiant about it in the spring off of that season. And but they rolled into this year thinking they could do the same thing, and they largely have. And so it can't – I don't know. To now go after Bean again for it, I mean, you can be mad at the overall that they never got a guy, and I think, we'll see if it ends up biting them eventually. This is almost like a separate thing. Like, we got to this far in the season, and to be, honestly, I mean, there's no way that I can say this and have it not sound disrespectful to the guys that just got hurt, But to be really upset about Gabe Davis and Tyrell Shavers is kind of incredible to me that we're there. But they were playing important roles for this team, and now they're lost. And to me, that's not Bean's fault. Like, guys get hurt. It's terrible luck right now. The build is for, the springtime and the summer and even the trade deadline and not being able to make a move and, not get Jalen Waddle or whomever else they were fishing for. And those points are all still valid, but these guys got hurt, and that's just bad luck more than it's, to me, Bean's mismanagement.
Well, this is always a fair counterpoint to the Bean stuff is what were they supposed to do? Like, we can all – it's been long enough where it's fair enough to be like, well, okay, well, they should have traded for somebody or signed something. Like, they should have done something bigger. But he did spend 2 of his first available draft picks on pass catchers. Kincaid has to be included in this analysis. And who was the guy he was supposed to – was he supposed to draft Isaac Tesla or something this year? Like, who was he supposed to – Troy Franklin last year? Who was he supposed to go get? That's a tougher one. And, trading for Waddle is a part of the story. But, yeah, I mean, last year they were second in the league in scoring. This year they were 4th, and they did not have the turnover luck. Really, maybe even better. It's not better, but it's not really worse when you don't have as many drives that are sort of made for you like last year.
I think they were only like 1.5 a game off of last year. 28.5, something like that? Okay, yeah, 2.6, okay.
30.9 versus 28.3. I was just looking at it, so I know. And I mean, they scored less often, but it's always been about how it ends. And they'll win the Super Bowl with Reggie Gilliam catching 8 passes at this point. Like, it's then what are you going to say? If that happens, I mean, just don't throw the punch. Tip your hat.
Mm-hmm.
But it probably has to happen. And this is the next test. So good, though. All of it is just so good. 803-0550. Thanks for your calls. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog will look for you again next after sports here on WGR.
continue for the Buffalo Bills. Yesterday, it was Gabe Davis with a torn ACL. Today, it is Tyrell Shavers with the same injury. We do have some other practice notes for today coming from head coach Sean McDermott. We are still waiting, though, on the official injury report for today. But from the head coach, Jordan Poyer, Max Hairston, and Ty Johnson not expected to practice, while Josh Allen, Dalton Kincaid, Terrell Bernard, A.J. Epinesa, Greg Rousseau, and Matt Milano all expected to be limited. Ed Oliver and Curtis Samuel also expected to practice today, though to what extent, we will find out when the official injury report does come out. But for more on what Sean McDermott had to say, our own Sal Capaccio does have a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. The Bills did also announce a roster move today. They have signed wide receiver Christian Wilkerson to the practice squad. Around the rest of the league, the big news from today, Mike Tomlin stepping down after 19 years as the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. During that time in charge, the Steelers did win a Super Bowl. They never had a losing season, but have not won a playoff game since 2016. And with this move, there are now 9 head coaching openings in this cycle. Some other big coach firing news today, it's offensive coordinators. Chargers moving on from Greg Roman after 2 seasons, and the Eagles firing Kevin Patullo after 1 season. And then Vikings wide receiver Jordan Addison. He was arrested yesterday morning and charged with a misdemeanor trespassing in Tampa, Florida. That according to police reports. Over to the Sabres. They're off tonight. They do prepare for a home back-to-back tomorrow and Thursday. And then even after their loss to Florida last night, they're still in a playoff spot. We'll get more on the Sabres in about an hour when Paul Hamilton joins the show at 6. Tonight, though, we have 10 games in the league. Some of the notables do include 3 of them at 7. Senators hosting Vancouver, Tampa and Pittsburgh versus the Penguins, and Washington hosts Montreal. 7:30 over on TNT and HBO, Detroit at Boston, and 2 games at 10, Stars at the Ducks and Maple Leafs at Utah. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp.
We were having a very serious conversation about mayonnaise here.
And the Bulldog.
And don't even talk to me about weed.
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
$20 questions.
The next thing we need to sell is the breaks.
People to call in, 20 questions, guess, try to figure out what Mike and I were just talking about. You'd never get it.
Well, as hard as he tried to get me into an analysis of A.J. Brown's offseason ADP, I rebuffed him. I rebuffed Bulldog's advances on fantasy 2026 fantasy rankings.
Lordy.
I'm ready when you are, but
yeah.
I mean, I say that now because I feel bad that I just turned you away on that subject. Who's the number 1 overall pick?
Shut up.
Shut up. What is that? Shut up, Wilkerson. Who is this? I'm not familiar.
Wilkerson.
I think Bijan is. So, Bills and Broncos, and no Tyrell Shavers, and yet another kind of amazing development about this season is that seems important. No offense to the guy.
Right. That's what I just said at the end of last segment. Like, I can't believe we're to varying degrees, collectively upset about Gabe Davis and Tyrell Shavers. But that's where we were. That's where we were living. And I would even say more Shavers than Davis. I mean, Davis is maybe, you could be upset about him because you've seen him do something spectacular in the playoffs. So you know that's out there, and maybe you could get that or some version of that as soon as Saturday, or, moving on into the championship round if they get that far, and even the Super Bowl. But Shavers played more than anybody on that team at receiver. He's kind of a utility knife for them, and I think they will really miss him. I said when we were talking to Sal, I feel like going into just this game already, like we're going to be so focused on can they run on Denver. They did last year in the playoffs, and Denver was highly respected and rated, as a defense and a run defense last year. In the Bills, 200 yards. Allen was like 50 of it, but still, Cook had a day, and they ran for 200 yards on Denver. So maybe they can do that again, and boy, wouldn't that be nice. Shavers is a part of that, at least for like home run plays. He's a big part of that, I think. And
the second level.
Yeah, maybe a 20-yard run that a 40-yard run for a touchdown becomes a 20-yard run because somebody's not blocking the safety as well as Shavers has. hopefully Keon Coleman and your name here step in and can do it. Wilkerson. There, I did it without looking. First time.
Yeah. Well, don't go so hard on that one. Who knows who he is? Or what's the other one with a G?
Gosnell. He was. I thought he'd be a Hard Knocks guy because he had a devastating injury late. I think maybe in a bowl game, and still came back.
Okay.
In 23, he came back off of an ACL late in the year and played in 24, and then was here in camp with the Bills in 25. And I thought, that's a compelling story. They liked him enough to keep him around, but I've never thought for 1 second that he'd be getting a jersey. So I'm not suggesting that's about to happen. But they're in so tough. Yeah, calamitous is the word I would use to describe the receiving injury. They've got 3 healthy receivers right now. I'm not counting Samuel yet, because they had a walkthrough today. He hasn't even practiced yet. They opened his window, and maybe he'll be fine, right? But there are 3 healthy receivers right now. It's Shakir, who's dependable and right as rain, of course, right? Coleman, who's been benched. How many? Four times a healthy scratch this year, and Brandon Cooks, who got here at Thanksgiving. That is incredible. That is a calamity at a position this late in the season for a team.
Well, that's a good story. That makes for a good story.
It's incredible.
The whole point of this year was to see what they could win without
a guy,
quote, good receivers, and they're just trolling us the whole time,
man.
I mean, I believe these injuries, but he did play the second half, Shavers, so I'm sure it's not a bit, but it feels like one. We're just going to keep taking the guys away and see how long you can go. And a caller before said what just is under the surface of every one of these conversations, which is it's just another way of really appreciating how tremendous a player Allen is. Just like, okay, they can't get open. All right, they can't stretch the field. All right, well, this. And they did score 27 in Jacksonville. They did average 28 for the season and 30 last year, and everybody's sort of up to speed on his playoff career. So for as much as we know what we've got in him, really, it just can't be overstated, I think. Like they're taking receivers away, and we've really mostly yet to see it hurt. Maybe now, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not ready to tell you. Maybe you are ready to say like what happened last year in that game. 261 rushing yards against the Broncos. I mean, come on, if they even come close to that this week.
It was 261. It was that high? Wow.
261. Wow. No, that's I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's not right. It's
210.
210. Okay.
261 net pass.
Yeah, I think
210.
Cook is 120.
That's right.
Allen was 44-50, and then Ty Johnson maybe, and they got over 200.
Yeah. Yep, 210. Yeah. Sorry.
I would sign right now for 150.
I would sign right now for 146. Jay is next. Hello. Jay.
Hey, guys. Wow, I cannot believe I'm actually borderline crying that Terrell Shavers, who was constantly on the practice squad, is not playing, and I'm upset by it. I don't know what world I'm living in right now, but here we are.
It's insane.
So I wish I could say this would be the Kincaid game, but I can't rely on Dalton. I want to say, okay, this is going to be the Shakir game, but I haven't seen Brady use Shakir.
Well, he had caught 12 balls on Sunday. I mean, that's using. I mean, it's almost definitively using.
I don't deny that, but I'm wondering what is the true impact I think Shakir could be.
Right, I know. It's all.
We haven't seen in the totality of the year, right? So I feel like really, despite Josh being the centaur that he is, I keep saying that, this has to be a James Cook game, and I kind of look at this like the old days of the '90s Bills where you had Thurman Thomas just catching and running like a maniac, right? And that's where I think this is going to be. I think this has to be a James Cook game, sprinkled in some Ty Johnson if you can, and maybe a long pass to Cooks if he doesn't drop one of the two of them. And then, let's see what Josh continues doing. With all that being said, I'm still left with, and I'm still cheering my Bills on, But with this Band-Aid of a receiving core now, I'm just so worried about how they can put this together for another 3 straight games, including a Super Bowl. I know we'll measure that when we get there. But I think at this point, it has to be a James Cook game, but more importantly, getting him to catch, because apparently we need receivers. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you mentioned Ty Johnson. That's another piece of this. Like, he's not out for the year, but he did not play on Sunday, and he's not practicing in the walkthrough today. We'll see how the week unfolds, but, I mean, he rolled into Jacksonville on Sunday with a walking boot on. So that's another guy that is, I just mentioned it, right? He had like 50 yards against Denver last year in this matchup in the wild card round. That's another piece. I mean, without him, we were throwing passes to Frank Gore Jr. on Sunday.
He also had a great touchdown catch. It kind of ended that game. It's late third. It's 13-7. Remember the play where Allen is rolling right and Johnson back in the end zone?
Yeah, yes, I do.
It kind of ended that game.
Yeah.
And
Samuel had one after that piled on.
That's right.
Yep.
Tyler Bass had 3 field goals. None of these guys is available. Well, maybe Johnson and Samuel will be. I don't know. Let's hope. The caller said the thing that I just have not been able to let go of. And, I mean, I loved that game on Sunday. That was so impressive. I thought Jacksonville was better everywhere except quarterback. It felt like that game to me. Like, just home field, and the Bills really couldn't put them away at all. Late scores, like Washington comes back and makes a play. ETN makes a play. It just always felt so hard. And they still won. Just really good. The pick at the end, I mean, really good. But, maybe this is a character flaw. Even in the end, the whole time I'm like, they're going to have to do this 3 more times on the road. And good luck. That's it really hasn't been, I don't want to say, it hasn't been, it's not fair. It's not about fair, but the fates have been kind of cruel. Like last year having that season and having Kansas City luck box its way into whatever that was, all these lucky wins against bad teams, and they just keep the Bills at arm's length. The Bills beat them, and they still kept the Bills at arm's length. Despite the Bills are at one point, 13-3, but Kansas City's 15-1.
Yeah.
And you can't even get to a tie. 5 division titles in a row. I'm not making excuses for their playoff losses. It's just these seasons, last year and this year both, have been really tough on them. Because, you're talking about last year ended up 13-4, and they kind of bailed on the last game.
Right, they could have won a 14th game if they really wanted to.
Even with that, it's 25-9 these last 2 years. But last year it's the Chiefs and their, good fortune of having Aiden O'Connell snap the ball into his face with the game on the line, coming up on field goal range for the Raiders, and and this year you just did so well. But there's the Patriots with the easiest schedule anybody's ever seen, keeping you, again, at arm's length.
Yep, all year, really.
And now, it's
just about anyway.
Jacksonville wins 13 games. Was that supposed to happen? Now Denver wins 14 games, and you got to go there. Short week. What do I sound like? If I'm on the team, of course I'm not. If I'm on the team, you want to get me out of the room right now.
Right.
Because I'm just like...
Nobody needs to hear this.
Nobody needs to hear this.
Right.
It's not wrong. It's just, yikes,
Yeah, there's not a lot of woe is me in football. I really do. I do believe the, next man. We got to go. There's a game. Game time's coming no matter what. So get ready. Whoever's got to get ready, get ready. That might mean you, Wilkerson. I'm just showing off now.
Yes. I mean, there are plenty of days where I'm like, I don't want to hear this babbling nonsense, excuse making about their existence or their losses or whatever it is. But I don't know. We're in this period of time where a lot of the conversation is about what this all is for Josh Allen and what this all says about him, good or bad. I mean, the playoff losses. Oh, but look at his stats. Look at what Sunday was. Incredible. And it's just the first game. We're in this we're in the washing machine right now, and it's all just sort of playing out. And so on a certain day, I'll just be like, yeah, I don't care. Right? Your thing last week we got into it, like, yeah, you still got to win. I don't care. Who even knows the stories of these other great quarterbacks over the years that didn't win? Who cares?
Right.
But then it's, man, this is a pretty tough draw. The second year in a row, they've had a pretty tough draw. I mean, I'll stop after this, but think of how good the Ravens have been in the last 5 years. And they couldn't get through Buffalo. Like last year, sure, the turnovers, still, that happened.
Yeah, I mean, the Bills played a part in those mistakes. They weren't just extemporaneously happening.
Right.
Bernard punches the ball away from Andrews. That's
on the fumble,
to your credit. Yeah, I mean, Jackson kind of dropped the ball on his fumble, but whatever. Still, I've never liked dinging them for Baltimore's mistakes because they had a part in at least some of that. So that's to your credit. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I'm done. I wanted to be done.
All right.
Just like on a certain day, I'll not be sympathetic about whatever this is. Like we're talking about a coaching change if they lose Monday or Sunday, right? That's what yesterday's show is. Is it time? If they give up a big pass at the end and they lose on a 70-yard field goal in overtime or something, like, is that it? That's what we would be doing. But it's so fickle. And you saw what happened with Baltimore. You know what happened with Ken Dorsey. They don't botch that field goal thing. He's still, coaching for at least another week probably. You know how fickle it is. And that's really it. I mean, it's not like it's not obvious. But, man, I mean, they have really had a hard road. And they've had an easier division over time these last 5 years. They've certainly had that. They've had the benefit of that. But as soon as you get Kansas City out of the way, here comes Drake May and 14 wins. Just
right.
Okay, that's how it goes. Rick is next. Hi, Rick.
Hey, half joking, but I'm just wondering, is Amari Cooper in any kind of shape right now? I know he retired.
Yeah, I know. His name already came up in here. We've talked, KJ Hamler's name has come up. Trent Sherfield signed to the Patriots practice squad, so that's out. What kind of lives are these? But this is where we are.
Pretty much. Michael is next. Hi.
Hi, guys. Thanks for all you do. Grew up in upstate New York, 50-plus year fan, living now in Northwest Arkansas, home of a good quarterback, Joe Ferguson.
How about that? Cool.
Oh, right. Fergie was my favorite as a kid. I don't know if you know that, Michael.
I didn't know that.
Loved him.
He was our hero at St. Mary's in Dansville.
I'll bet.
But anyways, real quick, agreed, Bulldog, with what you said. It's a sad day for Shavers and for Gabe. But my question is, if Bean isn't going to get him in the draft, does he have his team today scouring the releases? For example, we're down here in Chiefs territory. There's Jason Browley, 6'3", 202. He's a great separator. Is he scouring the releases that are going on right now to see if he can bring any talent in? Because if we're going the way we are right now, we're going to be down to nobody. And to your point, maybe the fullback's going to be catching the ball at the end as a wide receiver.
Well, of course he is.
That's all I have, guys.
Thanks, yeah, Mike. Of course he is.
My guess, and it's only that, Sal kind of concurred. I mean, they made the move to bring Wilkerson in today. I would assume that was in reaction to the Shavers and or Davis news. They would have known about Shavers in advance of telling us at whatever that was, 3:15 when McDermott met with the media. I feel like that was their ad. And they've got he and Hardman on the practice squad and another guy, Gosnell, who's just not been on the radar at all year long, but he's been sitting there all year long. And Curtis, I got to mention Curtis Samuel. He's easy to forget. Last year, I would forget he was even on the team. This year, he went on IR after not really doing much of anything all season long, and now they've opened up his window. And so that's the guy at the top of the list. Like he's, if you've got you've got Cooks and you've got Shakir and you've got Coleman and those are your top three, I feel like Samuel is the next guy in. If he can get through the week, like if he can demonstrate that he can do everything that needs to be done to get on the field and play. He hasn't played since when? I got to look at his game log. It's been a while.
Definitely. I don't know. I just kind of never noticed. Pittsburgh.
I'm going to go find it. I need to find
I need to know.
I got the Broncos stats open, so I need to get my Bills
Not going to be there.
Back open. Oh, he's not on my stats page. Why not?
Why not?
I'm striking out right now, so you're going to have to hold on.
Really?
Wanting to know. I can't find it.
You can't find Curtis Samuel?
Not on
What page? What site are you using?
Shut up.
You're using ESPN. Of course you are.
He played
Curtis
for them
Samuel
this
played
year.
against Tampa.
Thank you.
Last game was. Are we going to make it to February? He played 2 for 19 against Tampa.
Oh, it's because my stats page, I didn't realize it reverted, converted.
Was it horizontal?
No, it can. Man, wow, you're really going inside baseball now. No, it reverted to converted to postseason.
More
stats.
like outside baseball.
There. Yeah, I've got Samuel. Yeah, it was postseason, so he wasn't that.
You know what it is, everyone?
There's Frank Gore Jr.
So, what?
He got a pass last week.
I have no other chance. These fantasy podcasts, everybody's younger. My wife is younger. My kids are teenagers. I have no other area in life where I'm the young one. And so when Bulldog can't figure out the internet, I just have to abuse him. And it's not even fair. But, you don't even know how to sign a document? Let me show you how to do that. Parentheses, I can't actually show him how to do that, but I can make fun of him for not knowing how to do that. Pro Football Reference, snap. There it is. Game log comes right up.
I would have had the same thing if my page hadn't converted. I keep saying reverted, converted to postseason stats. So I would have been just as quick as you, but I didn't realize that I had done that.
Use your judgment out there. Ross Tucker next on WGR.
News continues for the Buffalo Bills, specifically at the wide receiver position. Yesterday it was announced Gabe Davis tore his ACL, and today it is Tyrell Shavers with the same injury. Some other practice notes coming from head coach Sean McDermott before the players actually took the field. Jordan Poyer, Max Harrison, and Ty Johnson not expected to practice today, while Josh Allen, Dalton Kincaid, Terrell Bernard, AJ Epinesa, Greg Rousseau, and Matt Milano all expected to be limited. Ed Oliver and Curtis Samuel also expected to practice today, though to what extent we'll find out a little bit later this afternoon when the injury report is officially released. But for more on what Sean McDermott had to say with the media, our own Sal Capaccio does have a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. And the Bills did also make a roster move today. They have signed wide receiver Christian Wilkerson to the practice squad. The big news, though, in the NFL is that Mike Tomlin is stepping down after 19 years as the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. During his time in charge of the Steelers, they did win a Super Bowl. They never had a losing season, but have not won a playoff game since 2016. And with this, there is now 9 head coaching openings this cycle. The Sabres are off tonight. They do prepare for a home back-to-back starting tomorrow, running to Thursday. Even after the loss, though, to Florida last night, they're still in a playoff spot. We'll get more on the Sabres when Paul Hamilton joins the show in about a half hour at 6. And then in college hoops, UB Men, they host Kent State just after 6:30. You can catch that game over on our sister station, the Bet 1520. Coverage over there does begin at 6 o'clock. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Ross has been good enough to work around our schedule today, but we need Ross to know, Bulldog. No time for stories about sticking his hand in a blender or anything. That would just take up the whole 5:30 segments or shorter. With us now on the Western Hotline is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. As much as we all enjoyed the
snowblower story from last week. Sure, yeah.
Ross, Bills 27, Jaguars 24 in one of several great games over the weekend. And it sounds to me that the media, the consensus out there is that Josh Allen just raised the bar again by his performance.
He's my favorite player in the NFL. He's been my favorite player in the NFL for a while. He's so fun to watch, so entertaining, and I would say for the most part, very clutch, and it was awesome. It's funny because I was on with Dan Patrick yesterday, and we were talking about Justin Herbert, and it struck me that there's a lot of similarities between Herbert and Josh Allen. You know, they're both really big dudes.
Right.
I think Josh is probably a little bit thicker, but they're both like in the 6'5", 6'6", 240 range.
Mm-hmm.
They both have incredible arms. They're both tough as nails. They're both really good. It just seems like Josh is able to make the play late in more games than Herbert is. Now, you know, you can obviously look at it and say Herbert has a better, Josh has a better O-line than Herbert. I get that, but Herbert might have better receivers right now than Josh. So you can go back and forth on that. But the point is it's like Herbert is Josh Allen light or store brand Josh Allen, but there's only one Josh Allen. And the cool thing for me is that he plays for, my favorite team that I played for, and that I know he's in a place where they truly, truly love him and appreciate him, which I think is amazing because, other cities would be tough. Other cities, I think there'd be a little bit more on him with them not breaking through to get to the Super Bowl. If he was in Philly or maybe Boston or New York. So, I don't know. I think it's a perfect match made in heaven. I mean, the 10-yard push was incredible. It just feels like
as much as anybody else in the league, it feels like he can will his team to victory a lot of times. Not always, couldn't do it against the Eagles a few weeks ago, but a lot of times he can, and it's just really, really special, really cool.
It was
awesome to watch.
There have been a handful of games this year. The sacks were way up, and he has gotten hit a lot and hard. And this game in Jacksonville, he was in and out of the blue tent at least twice, if not 3 times, Ross. He got his head sat on, if not forearm smashed right before he got his head sat on, smashed his finger on one of his linemen's helmet, and then had his left knee hyperextended on top of the foot injury that we assume he's still nursing to some degree. Holy cow. And every time something like that happens, I'm watching going, oh, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
I don't mean to be so flippant about it and take it for granted, but I just think it would take like a bone sticking out of a leg for him to be taken out of a game.
Maybe 2.
Yeah, maybe 2.
Well, so first of all, please, 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 you guys and everybody listening, don't take it for granted, because it's so special and it's so ridiculous. How many games has he missed? Has he missed any due to injury?
When he was a rookie. But he's had a couple of injuries that might have kept a lot of guys out that he's played through. So he's got the streak going. Like he's chasing
consecutive starts, right?
That kind of thing. And he plays week 18, 1 snap.
And all he ever says is, it's so funny when they ask him about injury, he'll say, we're good.
Yep.
We're good.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not even like I'm good. It's weird. Who's we, Josh?
Won't take the question. He will not take the question.
Doesn't want to talk about it.
Ross, would you quickly, because we want to get to Denver, but would you put Trevor Lawrence in the Herbert bucket? How would you compare Lawrence? Because there was one play on Sunday, 4th and 2 at the 9, second quarter with the lead, and he went down. Just
lost his footing and fell. Right?
He's 6'6", 240 on the number.
Yeah, I think Trevor Lawrence had a really good year, and I'm excited to see what he does moving forward. But I would call him Justin Herbert light. It's like there's levels to it, and I think Lawrence is a little bit of a notch below Herbert, who's a notch below Josh, would be how I would stack him up. But I think most people would.
With Ross Tucker. And by the way, Insider Calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. How about the Broncos versus the Jaguars, Ross, as a matchup for the Bills? The line is about the same. The line last week moved toward Jacksonville, but the Bills the same 1.5 favorite they were early last week. The Denver with the rest, the defense like Jacksonville has, rest home field short week.
Sean Payton, if you want him.
I don't know. Like this, how would you compare these tests, Jaguars, Broncos?
Similar. I think the Jaguars have the better team.
Me too.
I think the Jaguars showed they had the better team as opposed to the Broncos. What was that, a month ago, 3 weeks ago?
It was the Sunday before Christmas. Yeah.
Yeah, they went into Denver and they were clearly better. Now, different matchups and different whatever, but I think the Broncos have a nice team, but I don't think it's anything that the Bills should be scared about. I told you guys last week, I said this on last Wednesday's Ross Tucker football podcast. I thought the winner of Jags-Bills was going to the Super Bowl, and I still feel that way. And I'll make my picks tomorrow on the Ross Tucker podcast, and we did the Even Money betting podcast today. I like the 2 road teams in the AFC. I like the 2 underdogs. I actually think the AFC Championship game is going to be the Buffalo Bills at the Houston Texans, which when's the last time a team hosted the AFC Championship game, and it was the first playoff game they hosted that year?
We'll look that up.
That just doesn't happen. That's like impossible, you would think, but it's not. I think the Texans, now, both of them are on short weeks, going against teams with more rest and playing at home and all that. I don't really care. And in particular, if it was a neutral site game, I would really like the Bills and the Texans in those matchups. But the Texans defense is just incredible. And the Bills have Josh Allen. The Bills have the best player. I mean, say it out loud, okay? Even if you look at the betting line, it's going to be a close game between the Broncos and the Bills. Almost everybody agrees. Are you really taking – and I know he's done it a few times this year. I know he has. But are you really taking Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos against Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills in a close game? I'm not.
You know, Ross, if I could –
McDermott versus Peyton is an interesting one.
If I could stop you here, it's so interesting to hear you say that because the last 2 years – as fond as you are of Allen and the Bills overall, you said the opposite about them, Mahomes, Burrow, right? Like if it really comes down to this game, who do you take? And it's not funny. It makes sense to me. I'm not saying different, but now you've got a playoff field where the proverbial shoe is on the other foot here.
Allen's the best guy standing.
You know, Ross, like that. It's a different tournament.
There's no question that anybody that had been paying attention the last however many years would take Mahomes and the Chiefs in a close game against the Bills because they always win it. That's how it always happens. And I think the same can be said, with Burrow on some level against the Bills, but those guys aren't in it. And so, I don't know. The Broncos have a good team and home field, and Bo Nix has been pretty clutch. But it's the same thing. I'm calling Bears-Rams on Sunday for Westwood 1 with Kevin Harlan in Chicago. And Caleb Williams has been really clutch this year. Caleb Williams has got it done. I'm not taking Caleb Williams over Matthew Stafford late in the game. No chance. I mean, and maybe he does it, and that'd be great for him and Bears fans and whatever. But that is one of those where you kind of have to see it to believe it.
How about Sean Payton and Sean McDermott in this game? The back end of this season, and certainly on Sunday, we saw it in the second half of the Patriots matchup when the Bills beat them and had the big comeback. McDermott and Bobby Babich and that defense has gotten a lot of credit for really confusing quarterbacks. I heard the phrasing "put Drake May in a blender" numerous times after that meeting late in the season, and the Bills did a great job on that offense, that combination last year in a wild card game. Now it was here, and Nix was a rookie, so he's played twice as many games now as he had in his pocket then. But I feel like McDermott, for all the guff he's taken for and a lot of it rightly so for the defensive performances in the playoffs. Sunday, until Poyer left the field. When Poyer left the field, they got a little in trouble and it seemed like Jacksonville targeted his replacement, Hancock. But the confusion on the coverages, which is a hard thing to decipher if you're just sitting in front of your TV like I am watching these games, but reading about it, this is a really intriguing coaching matchup, I think.
Very intriguing. And it's funny because most of what the Chargers were saying after that game against the Patriots, and I saw where Dan Orlovsky said this, is they really couldn't tell what coverage the Patriots were even in the game on Sunday night, which bodes well, really well for the Patriots, that the Chargers couldn't tell what coverage they were in. And that's obviously what you're looking for. I was actually more so than the actual schematics. I was talking just more big picture, game management, clock management, when to be aggressive, when not. I find that part of it fascinating. Like you guys know on Tuesdays we record the Even Money betting podcast, and my co-host is a sports handicapper and professional bettor or whatever. He is adamant that it was absolutely the wrong decision for McDermott to score on first down there, down at the 1 yard line. I don't know how much you guys have talked about that.
Oh yeah,
a good amount.
For the Bills, so people don't really care, but that I tend to agree with them. I mean, they're so good at the quarterback push play that I really thought on first down they should have pulled a Vrabel, as I call it, and intentionally not scored.
Ross, nice seeing you on TV last night at the end. You got a little camera time.
You know, I got like 3 or 4 people that texted me that. I didn't know that. I didn't know it until I saw 3 or 4 people text me. How long was it? How did I look?
Looked great. I mean, really good. 5 seconds. You were interviewing a Texans player.
That is awesome. Yeah, I was interviewing Christian Kirk.
Out
of nowhere. Yeah, out of nowhere, had 8 catches, 144 yards, Texans postseason franchise record.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, that was cool. It's funny because the director – it's funny, I didn't even think about this till right now, but the director of Monday Night Football is the director for Eagles preseason. So maybe he was doing me a solid. I need to find that video somewhere.
You did well getting any camera time when it was all about watching Aaron Rodgers walk off to total silence by the crew. Like this was a hallowed sort of scene, and the one person I heard yell out from the crowd said, "Retire, Rodgers." Like he was really getting the love.
Are you serious?
Yeah, that's what I thought. I think I heard last night.
That's funny. So I guess I love the sport. I love the history of it. It's kind of cool. I was there for Mike Tomlin's last game as a Steeler, Steelers head coach, and seemingly very likely Aaron Rodgers' last game as an NFL quarterback. I mean, that's pretty wild. That's a shame that he went out with a pick 6, but
so
as you guys know,
well,
very, very few guys does it end with the fairy tale. It's just not.
Yeah.
It's not the nature of it.
Brady left New England on a pick 6, not his career. Thank you, Ross. We'll let you go.
You know what's crazy about that?
What?
Real quick. You know what's crazy about that Brady story? I had Logan Ryan on my show last year.
Mm-hmm.
Like 45 minutes after the game, Logan Ryan. I can't remember if it was a text message or a direct message from Tom Brady congratulating him on the pick 6, saying, "Great play, man. That was an awesome read by you." And Logan Ryan said that's just the kind of guy he is. So, like, for whatever you think of Tom Brady, 45 minutes after his last game ever as a Patriot with a pick 6 to lose a playoff game, he took the time to text message or DM a former teammate and congratulate him on the pick 6.
That's right.
I mean, that is just – I thought that was bananas.
Together in New England. Very good. Very cool, Ross. Enjoy Chicago, and we'll talk next week.
Yeah, man. Gosh, I hope they win. I really hope we're talking about a win next week, hopefully.
Super cool.
Us too, obviously. All right, Ross. Thanks for this, and thanks for being flexible today. That's Odyssey NFL Insider, Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side.
Some Sabres coming up. Paul Hamilton, top of the hour. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here, WGR. No time here. We pushed it as far as we could with Ross, and he talked about his producer and his director. You know what I have no time for, sports-wise?
What's that?
Celebrity teen golf, or teen golf,
that's back.
Who's on which team, and it's a simulation.
Yeah.
I mean, can you even get off the ground with this?
I tried last year, and it just did not keep my attention at all. No, that's back. Is that tonight?
I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
I know that they have it on the bottom line there. Like it's tonight or it's soon.
Okay, it's
Jupiter Lakes against Grand
coming.
Island. I don't know who the teams. If it were Grand Island, maybe.
Yeah, right.
But no, nothing.
Yeah,
I'm not going to miss team golf. I'm not going to miss Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, there it is tonight, 7:00. Well, at least it's a good start time.
Yeah.
New York Golf Club at Jupiter Links.
No.
ESPN.
It's just a no for me, dog.
Yeah.
I can't give you my vote.
There's got to be like 12 hockey games tonight, right? I mean, it's a Tuesday.
I will not
be a lot of
watch team golf, and I will not miss Aaron Rodgers, who are we kidding? He's not going away.
Yeah, there's a bunch of games.
He will refuse to go away, Rodgers. He can't get enough of being miserable in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
He just
I think
not.
I think he's gone.
He might not play.
Oh, but he'll find a way.
But just like Brady, he'll find
right.
Brady seems like, he's a little bit not miserable. But Rodgers cannot not be miserable.
Maybe he'll join one of these golf teams.
He'll find a way to stay in our lives. And I'm not interested at all. That'll probably happen. Paul Hamilton has done this for many years. He's found ways to stay in our lives, and we're grateful for it. We'll talk some Sabres next. If you're so inclined, tonight, 8:20, I'll be on the Fantasy Sports Network on Sirius with Mike Dempsey and Bob Harris.
All right.
The Football Diehard Show. You can catch me there talking about Bills Broncos. Thanks for listening. Paul next. This is WGR.
The bad injury news continues for the Buffalo Bills, especially at the wide receiver position. Yesterday was announced Gabe Davis tore his ACL, and today it is Tyrell Shavers with the same injury. Some other practice notes: Jordan Poyer, Max Harrison, and Ty Johnson not practicing today, while Josh Allen, Dalton Kincaid, Terrell Bernard, AJ Epinesa, Greg Rousseau, Matt Milano, and Ed Oliver were limited. And then Curtis Samuel, who was also returned to practice along with Ed Oliver, was a full participant. For more on today, our own Sal Capaccio does have a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. The big news, though, in the NFL today, Mike Tomlin stepping down after 19 years as the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. During his time with the Steelers, they won a Super Bowl. They never had a losing season, but have not won a playoff game since 2016. And with this, there is now 9 head coach openings this cycle. Some other notes in the NFL: the Chargers firing offensive coordinator Greg Roman after 2 seasons, and the Eagles do the same, firing offensive coordinator Ken Batullo, him though after just 1 season. The Sabres are off tonight. They prepare for a home back-to-back tomorrow and Thursday. They did lose last night to Florida, but are still in a playoff spot as of today. We'll get more on the Sabres coming up next when Paul Hamilton does join the show. But tonight in the NHL, we have 10 games. Some of the notables include 3 games at 7. Senators hosting Vancouver, Tampa and Pittsburgh versus the Penguins, and Washington hosting Montreal. 7:30 over on TNT and HBO, Detroit at Boston, then 2 games at 10. Stars at the Ducks and Maple Leafs at Utah. And in college hoops, UB men host Kent State, tip-off just after 6:30. And you can catch that game over on our sister station, the Bet 1520. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Bulldog's over here doing his own thing, but I have the spreads for the AFC Championship matchups, potential matchups. We'll get to Paul here very quickly, but try this real quick. Which AFC Championship game would have the highest point spread of the 4 potential matchups? Buffalo at Houston, Buffalo at New England at Denver, Houston at Denver. Which of those 4 games would be the biggest spread? What a year. I'll give you a hint. It's lower than 2.
That's the biggest.
Yes. The look-aheads for the AFC Championship, no matchup is as high as a 2-point spread.
Boy, I would guess it's a Bills game. Bills are one half of it. Boy, I just can't really know how they would treat Houston having beaten the Bills like they did earlier this year. I'm going to say Bills at Houston is the biggest spread.
It's the lowest.
Jeez,
pick.
I'm so smart.
Houston at Denver. Denver would be favored by 1.5, apparently. Like, the line couldn't move immediately. But what a year. Paul, are you enjoying the NFL postseason?
Well, I've only gotten to see some of it because of the Sabres. But, hey, boys, big game tonight. I hope you guys got your bets in.
Is that golf we just talked about? That Jupiter Lakes?
Big game. The number 2 Iowa State Cyclones are at Kansas.
Basketball. Men's basketball.
We've never been number 2 before. And we are visiting Kansas. And I don't know what the spread is. I would guess Kansas is favored, but...
Is Kansas ranked? They're always ranked, right?
They usually are. I don't know if they are this year.
Still a national power?
I only look at one team.
That's cool. This is good. Paul, this is good. I thought you were going to say something weird. But no, this is not weird.
They've never been that high, but Michigan lost, so that popped them in number 2. They're only behind the team in their own conference, Arizona. That's it.
Bulldog, you want to take a shot at this one? What's the line in Iowa State, Kansas? 9 o'clock Eastern tonight.
Iowa State. Who's home?
Kansas is home, but Kansas is not ranked, I think.
Iowa State -3.
3.5.
Really? We're favored?
I haven't watched a college basketball game all year. I'm not bragging. I'm just saying. I haven't, and I nailed that.
After that miserable football guess.
For Paul.
Well, we have beaten the number one team in the nation. When Purdue was number one, we walked onto their court and beat them. So.
This reminds me of Baylor. I didn't go to Baylor. My wife did, but I sort of glommed onto it. And, for much of my life, Baylor was just a patsy. But then they got good at sports somehow, and they would go play Kansas and, be favored, or Texas in football and be favored. Like, wow, this is a big difference. So a little bit maybe of what you're feeling right now. Good luck, Paul.
Well, thank you, yeah.
I'll be rooting for you.
I'm always nervous about Kansas, even if they're not ranked. They always make me nervous.
I'm totally betting on Iowa State right now.
Cool. You know what you're doing, so I'm happy. I'm happy to hear that.
I so do. I'm so good at this.
He knows what he's doing. It's great.
It's just there probably are people that are like, oh, it's Kansas at home versus Iowa State. There's got to be people who bet on sports that think about sports that way, and those are the people I love to bet against. Don't always win, but love to do it. Well, I didn't have a bet on last night's hockey game, which, maybe feels good because I would have wanted to bet Buffalo, home team. Let's go. Florida, the better team, though, Paul.
Yeah, you know what? It wasn't a bad game and it wasn't a good game. It was an game.
Yeah.
And as you guys know, okay isn't going to cut it. But I think it was a very good lesson for this team.
It was a hard game.
Yes.
I would say, right, Paul? Right?
Absolutely.
Hard game.
And a team that's really rounding into trying to be a good team right now. I think it was a great lesson for them to see, if you want to be a playoff team, here you go. This is what it's going to be like. And you know what? For most of the season, most of the games are going to be like this now. Now, everybody's not going to play it like Florida can. That's why Florida's two-time Stanley Cup champions, because they're so good at it, even when they're missing players. But it was a tough game on the wall. It was a tough game through the neutral zone. And it was one of those games that's going to be, who's going to make the last mistake? Who's going to make the big mistake that's going to cost you the game? And go in the net. And, Florida was just a little bit better. I didn't like two of the goals that went in on Ellis out of the three. But he also made some big saves along the way, too. It wasn't like he was totally bad. So,
agreed.
But I think he needs to be better.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think it was a very good lesson for this team. And you just wonder if it got in their heads just a bit, especially Bobrovsky, who at times goalied them. But remember when there was a delayed penalty on Florida, and the Sabres had about a minute of action before the whistle blew. Thompson made a great move to cut to the center, and he was all alone in the slot. Tage Thompson, two-time 40-goal scorer, who's got the hardest shot in the league, tried to pass to Doan, who had two guys on him. I'm like, what? I want Tage Thompson to shoot that puck 9,000 times out of 9,000. And I thought to myself, is it in his head a little bit too here?
Yeah.
That he's doing something that he normally wouldn't do? I mean, Tage Thompson doesn't pass up on shots. There are other guys that do. Ryan McLeod's one of them. But not Tage Thompson. And then right after that, Bobrovsky made a toe save that was phenomenal. But I just wondered to myself, are they thinking now? Because this game is so tight and is almost like a playoff game.
Thompson's so good on the second goal, though. The 2-2 goal.
Oh,
How good is that? Like the full
the
Thompson.
job he did on Reinhart out at the blue line, like just inside the Florida zone, was just what a horse kind of play that was.
And Benson didn't want to talk about him in the crease and out maneuvering a couple of guys in the crease. All he wanted to talk about is what Thompson did.
Right.
He said, he doesn't do that, there is no goal. And just what he showed on that play. And Thompson, even I think, could I say quietly, and you guys could tell me if I'm wrong, but in his last 16 games, he's got 10 goals and 10 assists.
Yeah.
It's kind of quiet that he put up those 20 points in the 16 games. And, I had a discussion with Owen about Krebs, on the Thompson line. And he's doing it with Krebs. I went back and looked.
It's
Krebs
working,
has been on his wing for all but one of those games.
Because the power play hasn't been producing, so it's all 5-on-5 mostly.
Right.
They got one power play goal and whatever it is. How many chances? 20-some chances, right?
Now, they did change things up because things just weren't going. You know, Lindy Ruff, if things aren't going well, he's
I
just
saw the
change
lines took a bit of a turn today, right?
And that might have been the first shift Benson was out there with him when they scored.
Right.
But and that was right after the Dunn fight, by the way, because the fans all got up for that one, even though it was short and sweet. Yeah, it's I just think quietly he's producing right now.
So looks for folks who don't know, right, Paul? The lines at practice today. I know in the game it still was Doan with Benson and Thompson, I think, to finish the game, if I'm not mistaken. But today at practice, Tuck was there with Benson and Thompson, which was how they finished last year, if I remember correctly. Right. So they've jumbled some things around there a little bit, which I guess Try something else. It was a tough game, so we'll see if the practice lines from today hold into tomorrow. But now they got a lot of time to really work on stuff. They've got back-to-back games here tomorrow and then Thursday and then Saturday again and into early next week. It's just one after the other here with this compressed Olympic schedule.
Right, and there's very little practice time. They did practice longer today than I thought they would, but they have the mandatory day off Friday. And as Lindy Ruff said, for 2 weeks, they're hardly going to practice. And all he goes, if they do, they'll probably have 20-minute practices. And that maybe is why this one went a little bit longer. You know what has really surprised me with the lines? If you would have said to me before they put them together that Norris and Tuck are going to play together, I'd say, you know what, good idea. I think that'll be a good combination. I think they'll work well together. They haven't. They hadn't looked good at all. I haven't liked that line in the least. And I really thought it would help. I mean, if you could get Thompson and Doan and whoever, whether it's Benson, Krebs, or whatever, on one line, and then get out there with Norris and Tuck, with whoever it might be, I thought, now the other teams have some things to worry about. But I don't know what you guys think, but I just don't think it's worked. I don't think Tuck and Norris have meshed at all.
So who was Norris with today? I don't have it pulled up in front of me. I knew the thing with Tuck and Thompson and Benson.
Zucker.
Zucker and sorry, I'll look it up for you.
Yes,
I should be able to find it.
I'm drawing a complete blank right now.
I need a moment here. So.
Okay, I won't say anything this time. Browse away. The Flyers announcer coming back to Buffalo after that mishap the last time they were here. Unfortunate.
I forgot about that. That wasn't real good, was it?
What was it? What happened? I might have missed something.
Oh, I think you did. I think you did.
He thought they had gone to commercial break.
Oh, that was here. That's right. Yeah.
It was a bad one.
Yeah.
I don't often hear the word Buffalo said on the Howard Stern show, but I did on this case.
And I was very surprised. We're only talking a two-game suspension with what he said. If I'm being quite honest with you.
Well, Paul, this is they got theirs last night against Florida, Philadelphia, and Montreal. I think this is a function of the Olympic break element on the schedule, where you're playing back-to-back home games on weeknights. Not a normal thing in the NHL, but we're seeing that this year. And they got to dig deep, try to get to that break before it gets away from them.
Oh, there's no question. The break is just throwing everything into. That's why Lindy Ruff basically is alternating goaltenders for the next 2 weeks, because it's home this week and then it's all on the road next week. And I think he has decided, because he's been doing it now since before the Ranger game, that he's just going to alternate goaltenders. Now the question is, does Lyon jump into the altar and does one of them come out? Does Ellis come out once Lyon is ready? Lindy had said 7 to 10 days, so I would think it's around a week right now that we're looking at as far as when he might be back. So nothing definite, but I would think, especially if Ellis is inconsistent, which I think he is right now, I would think he might jump in for Ellis then and get into the rotation.
Yeah, I wonder how long they'll carry 3 again when Lyon is healthy. We'll see. I mean, Ellis had a very good outing in New York. I didn't love him last night. He's scrambly, and it makes me uncomfortable, but he often makes enough saves to make it work, like he did last Thursday in New York. Norris was with Doan and Osland today at practice, is what I've got written down here. Zucker with McLeod and Quinn, Greenway, Krebs, and Malenstein, along with Thompson, Benson, and Tuck. So.
Paul, go ahead. No?
I was done.
Marc Bergevin, Paul, So I saw your article. You and I haven't talked about him.
Yeah.
Addition to the Sabres front office, some credibility there.
I
What
think
do you
there's
make?
a lot of credibility coming into the organization, not just Mark Bergevin. It seems like everybody they hire has a lot of experience, which is brand new for this organization. Almost nobody they hired had any experience before.
How do you pronounce the name of the new scout? Is it Roost? Stacy Roost, is that right? Do you know?
I will be honest with you. With him being a scout, I wasn't real familiar with him, so I haven't had a chance to ask.
Yeah.
But
long time, Tampa, right?
To your point.
Quite a lot of time with Tampa, a couple of cups down there with them, I think. So another guy that has a nice resume.
But I've thought ever since, the old organization got started that pro scouting, you had somebody there who in charge of it who never has been in charge of scouting before. And, that Bergevin just said it today. He goes, we felt we needed to get stronger in that area. And they've needed to get stronger in that area for 5 years. So, but really the only one with any experience whatsoever, it was the first one fired, by Kekalainen. So it's, it was a lot of folks in the front office with no experience in the jobs they were in, and that's being corrected quickly.
All right. Philadelphia tomorrow, then Montreal Thursday for 2005-06 reunion night. That should be cool.
Yeah, looking forward to that. So they were asking Lindy today, I think Mike was asking him today about, do you think about, some of the streaks those teams went on? He goes, yeah, are any of them available?
Yeah, well, might the Bills are doing some of this these days. They're looking for anybody they can bring in.
Right.
So maybe the Sabres too. All right, very good. Thank you, Paul. We'll talk tomorrow.
No problem. Take care, guys.
There you go. That's our Paul Hamilton. His appearances on WGR brought to you by Equitable Advisors. Planning for your future is about more than just money. Let Equitable be your guide. And by Relax Honda. Relax, we got this.
Remember last week when I brought up... No?
No, go ahead.
Was I talking to you? Remember last week when I brought up that one bet online prop, will a quarterback get benched?
Yes. I do
it happened.
Who did get benched?
Rodgers. I mean, that has to count.
Really? Oh, wow. See, I didn't stay to the end.
Left.
I didn't stay to the end.
They took him out.
After the second pick six, they took him out?
Yeah, that was it.
Wow.
And then Mason Rudolph finished the game.
I did not know that.
And that was like big odds. And
Yeah.
we were trying to predict who the quarterback was that was likeliest to get benched. Did we say Stroud, maybe? Or Bryce Young?
I don't remember.
I think I was on Bryce Young.
Yeah, okay.
But that didn't happen.
No.
They went to the wire.
Yeah.
The Steelers. Aaron Rodgers seems like such a jerk. Like my old late great friend Rick Woodson, who covered the Bills in the Kelly years, and I mean this guy, he was a very interesting guy, super smart. Matt Collar considered Woodson a mentor of his coming up. He must have taken a class from him, but everybody loved Rick. He was from Louisiana. And he would be on the copy desk. When I was coming up on the copy desk in Rochester, Rick was often on the desk. He hated it. I think he just felt like it was beneath him. As a former beat writer and columnist, and now he's editing, the fishing column or something.
Yeah.
But he had some bitterness about himself, and with like I won't name the player. It's a famous player. Could have been any of them, maybe, that he might not have always enjoyed having to talk to at their lockers after games, like covering the Bills. But he would say about him, you know what? The day is going to come when they're in retirement, and I look forward to the opportunity to go up to the guy and say, hey, you know who wants to talk to you? Nobody. Like Rick would say that about a very famous Bills player, and maybe all of them, like I said, because that's kind of how he was. And I thought of that last night watching Rodgers. Just like, it's not going to be true. Like, he'll always have some platform.
If he wants a platform, he'll have one.
But, oh, my God.
I would imagine.
Insufferable. The arms always out. I mean, 30-6, you're just getting buried. And the throw to Austin where he was, like, gesturing toward Austin, like a long throw down the sideline. I mean, have some class.
On which Austin, I think, was interfered with. The guy grabbed his shoulder. I don't know. They gave it a pass. The broadcast was like, oh, it's not really impeding him. Like, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
But no, he's
always got to tell you how it's, not
like that.
Not someone else's fault, but today it's about Twitter, or last night it's about how nobody knows anything and we're all stupid and just go away. He won't. Guys like that never go away. It's why you play to age 42 when you can't play anymore. You just can't quit having the opportunity. Maybe this is me. Having the opportunity to talk. As long as somebody's going to give you put a microphone in front of your face, you're going to use it.
I mean, I am 60.
And right. Rodgers, I need a break from Aaron Rodgers. Thank God they lost. I'm so sick of that team because of him. More than Tomlin. Tomlin to me is like kind of funny. That story is kind of funny.
I needed them to win just for the weaker pool. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't have given them much of a chance in New England, but
I love watching.
I would like to see Houston out, is all I'm saying.
I love watching teams I can't stand just get physically mauled. And that's what last night was. And that's what the Bills did to them. They couldn't get a first down against the Bills.
Right.
So that's the best. What does that say about me? I'm not sure I'm proud to admit it. We talked to Sal earlier, the latest on the Bills' injuries and the game in Denver on Saturday. That's next here on WGR.